Feel free to introduce yourselves, your name and where you're calling from.
Wally Udine, Abdul Sabir, calling from Atlanta.
William Safir, Atlanta.
Michelle Caldoun, Bermuda.
Sophia Fareed, Bermuda.
James and Rosetta Saeed, Hopewell, Virginia.
Karim Abdul Salam, Memphis, Tennessee.
Jesse, Raleigh, North Carolina.
Salamun alaikum.
Walaikum salam.
Alaikum salam.
Assalamu alaikum, Saeed Mujahid from Bakersfield, California.
Alaikum assalam.
Walaikum salam.
Okay, so let us begin with just another quick sound check. Are you hearing me loudly and clearly?
Loud and
Very
clear.
loudly and
And
clearly.
four.
Okay. All right. So we begin with Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, and that is with Allah's signature, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer. And we're going to need as much time as possible tonight because we have a very, very special guest lecturer. Most of you, if not all of you, know her. She is my wife, Karim Medina Bilal, and she has a very special topic to bring before you tonight, a timely topic and an essential topic in terms of its information. She'll introduce all of that to you as I bring before you Karima Medina Bilal.
Salam alaikum.
Wow.
Walaikum salam.
Alaikum assalam.
Alhamdulillah to all you wonderful, wonderful, beautiful, beautiful people of whatever faith tradition you embrace. Alhamdulillah for you being here. Alhamdulillah for this moment when we can come together with the intention of improving our own situation and the situation of the greater humanity in which we exist. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Karima Medina Bilal, and I am I'm the blessed, the lucky woman to be married to Instructor Bilal. And I am also an instructress, a student like yourselves, or like you should be, of the NuNETICS technology, which is a method to decrypt the messages that are in scripture and in the society in which we live in, and certainly in the medical realm, the health and healing realm in which I operate. And so I'm here tonight to give you my spin, to give you my impression, to give you my opinion on what I believe is happening now and what will be happening soon. And I'm calling tonight's presentation, The Flu Season Setup. The Flu Season Setup. So I do not know where you all are. I know you're scattered all over the globe. Some of our listeners are in the islands. Some of our listeners are as far away as across the globe in places like Pakistan. But right here in the good old USA, in the Southeast and the Northeast, we are waxing towards the fall. The fall, the change of seasons. And when you live in an environment where you can perceive nature, and this is very important, where you can perceive nature. Many people live in cities and nature is the few squirrels that they see scurrying around the concrete. But here, where we live in the Southeast, you can see changes in the Fitra. Changes in the Fitra. For our new people, I'm going to explain to you what is the Fitra. The Fitra is how Allah refers to the creation He created. Yes, we would call it nature. Yeah, nature. But not only nature, the creation, but the Fitra describes the way nature behaves. the pattern of behavior that was programmed into nature by the source creator whom we call Allah. So if you look around you, you will see that there are changes in the Fitra. The most obvious one is changes in the weather. Where we are, the nights are now delicious. The nights are wonderful. The temperature goes down to about 60. The days are about 80s, the low 80s, and it's bright and it's sunny and it's dry, and you can sleep so well. We sleep with the windows open at night, and you can hear the creatures of the earth doing what they do. We hear owls where we are. We hear hawks keening. We hear eagles keening. Yeah. And you see also creatures of the earth, such as snakes, my personal favorites, as they make their transition from where they exist in summer and heat to where they're going to spend the winter. So the wise person who is close to nature, be it in the Southeast or even the Northeast or even the Southern Pacific, right? You want to be careful as you walk at sunset or in the early dawn, because our fellow inhabitants, the snakes, are moving. And if you happen to be like me, who had to learn that lesson the hard way, you'll get bit. You don't want that. So where am I going with this? We're seeing geese and ducks flying from their summer abodes to where they're going to spend the winter. If you have dogs or cats, very soon you will see them start to shed their summer coat, and underneath you'll see their winter coat. What are they doing? They are aligning with the Fitra. They are aligning with the changes in nature. Now, because we exist in a concrete and steel world, there are those of us who think that we are not affected by that. Those of us who are lucky enough, and I say lucky enough, to have allergies, you know that there's a change in the Fitra. Nobody has to tell you that, because if you have fall-triggered allergies, then you've been sneezing and itching your eyes for the last couple of weeks. So we see cooling temperatures. We see the animals of the fields beginning to establish their shelter. You will see the squirrels, even if you live in the city, you'll see them getting food together for the winter or for the cold months, where there are at times where there may not be abundant food. Down here, primarily a farm state, you will see people harvesting. They've actually been harvesting for some time, things like corn and peaches, all that's been going on for the last month. But now you're going to begin to see things more commonly associated with the fall, like the harvesting of pumpkins and the harvesting of squash. So what does this mean to us, human animals? How should we be? What should we be doing so that we align with the Fitra? All right. We know, if you listen at all to the news, that right around this time, a certain disease pops up, the flu. How do we know this? Even if you didn't watch the news, or even if you didn't know this for other reasons, you would see now a push for a certain injection. I'm being discreet here so that you'll get a chance to see this video before they take it down. There are certain words, of course, that you must not mention. However, you know, and I know, that right around this time, you are being admonished, and some are being mandated to take a certain injection. Now, I pay close attention to what happens when you are being pushed, encouraged, coerced to do a certain thing, especially when that certain thing hasn't materialized yet. You'd have to ask the question, you're being prepared for something which hasn't happened yet. And that's, again, in concert and in alignment with the Fitra, when it's preparation for your highest good. You therefore have to ask the question, is this injection that they want you to take at this time for your highest good? Now, here's a nice chance to insert the disclaimer. I neither am your provider. I am not your medical authority. I am a student of the Fitra. I am a researcher of matters health and healing, just like you. So you should listen to this presentation with the attitude and with the disposition that anything you hear is for your education and your information. Some might even say for your entertainment. And any decisions that you make following this are decisions that you make on your own recognizance. You do so at your own risk. You do so to your own benefit, but you and you alone are responsible for your health, even though you may go to a provider. You are responsible for your health, and that is the overarching message that I bring to you whenever I come before you. And that is, you are the one who benefits when you do things that promote your health, and you are the one who suffers when you do not. So listen, take notes, be aware, and be responsible. Right around this time, they speak about the flu. It starts somewhere around September, and it goes until approximately the spring, fall to spring. So depending on where you are in the country, that might be March. In the warmer climates, it's February. And it happens to coincide with a long run of what they call holidays, of celebrations. And it struck me as curious that the coincidence of the appearance of this disease coincides so interestingly with this long spate of celebrations / holidays in which people are encouraged to indulge in excess. This is not the Fitra. In the Fitra, animals, most animals hibernate. Most animals slow down. Most animals go into a slower state of metabolism, a slower state of being. Food is not as available in the Fitra, and therefore they eat less. And they live to fight, to play, to grow, to reproduce another day when spring comes and conditions are more favorable. Not so the human animal. The human animal begins to indulge to excess right at the time that flu season starts. And so I wonder, is it me or is it a conspiracy? Well, let me make my case and you decide. The holidays are times when sugar, yes, sugar, is pushed, is codified, is encouraged. At the same time, excess under the guise of celebration and holiday is also encouraged. And most people are not aware that sugar has a very negative effect on your immune system, on your immune system. For those who may not be aware, medically and health-wise, your immune system is your military, your Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, that is on guard and in effect 24/7 as long as you are alive. The average person may also be unaware that 70% of your troops are stationed in your gut. So what you eat, what you consume or don't, has a profound effect on your immune system. That should be fairly easy to understand. So how does this play out right around this season? And what effect does this have on the sickness that runs its course from now until spring? Allow me to make my case. The season begins, the first big event of the season is kicked off with Labor Day. And at Labor Day, you are encouraged, we are encouraged to consume lots and lots of meat. And this meat is charcoal broiled, cookouts, barbecues. Now, what most people are not aware of is that when grease, fat, drippings from meat hits the coals and that delicious smelling smoke that we love so much to saturate our food, it begins to produce things that are called amines, heterocyclic amines. That particular chemical causes cancer. Yes. When you heat lots of fried food, fried chicken, going to the beach for that last gasp of summer. When you fry chicken or anything, doesn't matter what you fry, when the oil reaches what's called the smoke point, when it gets hot enough for you to put it in there so it'll get nice and crispy, it changes the composition of the oil so that it now becomes carcinogenic or cancer-causing. Interesting. Also, Labor Day is a time when people drink. Yeah, lots and lots of beer. Lots and lots of beer, lots and lots of sweet tea and lemonade, sugar and meat, and chips, salt, and things which have these snacks that people are encouraged to eat. These snacks have hydrogenated fats in them. What do these fats do? These things become trans fats and they clog your arteries. Interesting, right? What else happens? We go from Labor Day to Halloween. Now, an interesting thing to do right around this time is to check your retail stores. I'm a big Dollar Tree fan. Big Dollar Tree fan. Why do I haunt Dollar Tree, aside from the bargains? Because when they start changing from summer and beach to fall and Halloween, and then from Halloween and Thanksgiving are kind of conflated. They run them together. But from then to Christmas, now I understand which way the public is being herded or led. So now we'll go to Halloween. Again, heavy duty pushing of candy, food colorings, lots and lots of sugar. Lots of sugar. Matter of fact, when we were children, it's a wonder I'm still alive, because when we were children and it was safe to go trick-or-treating, we would go with shopping bags and we would come back having canvassed the neighborhood thoroughly with about 3 bags of candy. And for the next 3 days, we'd sort it out. You know, there was the hard candy, there was the chocolate candy, there was the chewy candy, and we'd sort that out and we'd hide it everywhere so that our parents couldn't keep it from us. And we would exist on candy and sugar for 3 and 4 days, shying away from real food. But here we are. Now comes Thanksgiving in November, another time when the public is encouraged to eat to excess. Had we the time, and it may be in the replay, I want to play for you a clip. We don't have it now, but there's a clip of a comedian that I think is absolutely hysterical. His name is James Gregory. James Gregory. And you will find him on a site called Dry Bar Comedy. Dry Bar Comedy. I happen to love that. We love that in this house because they don't swear. The comedians can't swear and they can't talk about vulgar topics. So you have to be a thinking comedian in order to get play on that particular site. Anyway, James Gregory does an amazing thing where he speaks about our Southern, he's from Georgia, very deep Southern accent. And he speaks about how aunts and people who, let's say, are rotund or traditionally built / fat, how they behave at family gatherings after Thanksgiving. Something that we all do. I'm not fat shaming anybody. I'm just making a point here. He does it to tremendous effect. And anybody who's ever been with their aunties and family gatherings will know exactly what I'm talking about. Hysterical, absolutely hysterical. But there's Thanksgiving. And not only will you do it for that day, but you'll do it for a couple of days after as you eat those delicious Thanksgiving leftovers. And from there, we proceed rapidly to Christmas, another time of overindulgence, beginning with the holiday parties. It doesn't matter which kind of vocation you have. Most jobs, most employers have parties for their employees. And there again, people will drink to excess, people will eat to excess. There'll be gifts from people. I know in the hospital that I used to work at, the patients would bring us the tins of the different cookies, those delicious butter cookies. Oh my word, candy that you used to poke out the bottom so that you could get the good stuff and throw away the icky stuff. Candy, Christmas. And that's a whole 2 weeks worth of partying. It starts about December the 15th and it continues on until that other great occasion to overindulge called New Year's. And that's when people will drink to excess. They'll have New Year's football games and sporting events that will encourage people to drink to excess. And New Year's Eve, of course, and New Year's Day, there we go. Now here's an interesting thing. The celebration of Christmas has been lost and turned into the partying, because we don't generally have Christmas celebrations at work and at jobs. We have Christmas parties, and you don't generally have New Year's celebrations. I mean, you might get to Times Square, but people go to great lengths to have New Year's parties. And just in case you survive that, February is Valentine's Day. It is the greatest, next to Mother's Day. It is the time of year when the largest volume of candy, the largest amount of money is made selling candy. The candy manufacturers love this, right along with the flour manufacturers. Oh, they do well. And when you get past that, now there's March and St. Patrick's Day, which is alcohol. That's the big time when alcohol is promoted to great excess. And just in case you're getting weary, here we go with Easter. I don't know how many of you remember Easter baskets. Easter baskets with those Easter eggs and Easter candy and the Easter bunnies, chocolate, 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 big baskets full of sugar and indulgence. And then we have Mother's Day. My personal favorite, Mother's Day. But what do? We buy mother chocolates. So where am I going with all of this? Here is a tenet of health and healing. Notice I didn't say medicine. I said health and healing that the average person may not be aware of. And if you get this and you fully understand this, you will be, I would say, more evolved than the average practitioner in terms of understanding how chronic disease occurs. John Tilden, he wrote a book called Toxemia and the Origins of Disease, or it came out in the 30s or the 40s. You can get it on Amazon, worth your while, worth your while. In it, he brings 3 particular principles as the pillars of how you avoid disease or how you create disease. And here's the first one. All living things, and I'm going to relate this to the Quran. I happen to love this part of it. Allah created all things al Fitra, right? That means upon the Fitra. Some people say Allah made everybody Muslim. The understanding that I have is that al Fitra means according to the Fitra, and it's the Fitra of Allah, not man's Fitra. And what does that mean? It means that things were created to thrive and to exist in a particular environment. And this is Dr. Tilden's premise. Every living thing has an optimal environment in which it functions. What's the proof of this in real life? You don't find whales on land unless they're beached. You don't find camels in the tropics. You don't find man living in, not sailing upon and etc., the water, but living and existing in the water. Man was created to be an earth creature. So every living thing has its proper Fitra environment. Corollary 2, when you create that environment, that organism will thrive. Kind of a if I might make a parody to the Field of Dreams, if you build it, they will come. Or if you provide the environment, it will grow. You ever have roaches? God forbid you have roaches. It's a mess getting rid of them once they're there. But all you have to do to invite them is maintain a garbage-like environment. You put out food for them, and the creatures that exist on garbage will come. Flies, for example. If you leave garbage, you will attract flies because the Fitra of the fly is to be attracted to garbage so that it can lay its eggs. They like decay, they like rot, and they're attracted to it. So the third one, the corollary of that is if you provide the environment for the living thing, it will grow. By the way, this is the premise of incubators and laboratories. Believe it, part of the reason that your body gives you a fever, a high temperature when you're ill, is because germs, bacteria, etc., require a certain very particular temperature in order to grow. In the lab, they have to have a very narrow range. You know this, people who maintain refrigerators. If you have refrigeration, why do you put things in the refrigerator? Because when it's cold, you prevent bacterial growth. Why do we cook food? Because heat destroys bacteria. Well, isn't Allah just the most amazing one? Because he has built into the Fitra of the human being, indeed the Fitra of almost all creatures, mammals anyway, that when you become ill and you have an infection of whatever kind, your temperature goes up. Now, up to a certain point, generally 104, that's very beneficial to us. You feel rotten, you feel like trash, but it keeps killing germs. It allows the body to create an environment that interrupts the growth of germs. Now, above that, obviously you have to control it because above that, your enzymes will be deactivated and you'll die. You can't have a temperature 106, 104, 105. Body doesn't like that. Body will begin to harm itself in that respect. So the third one is, if you do not provide the environment in which germs and bacteria thrive, then they will die. Very simple. So what has all of this got to do with flu, overindulgence, indulgence of sugar, indulgence of alcohol, and the injection that they want you to have? What's all that got to do with each other? And why is Karim Medina Bilal going on at such great length about this? And that is, as without, so within. Meaning, despite what you are told by getting injections, if you create the environment in which the trillions of bacteria that live inside of you, the untold number of viruses, fungi, yeasts, etc., that live inside of you, they live inside of all of us. If you create conditions in which they overgrow, then you become ill. Now, here's a very interesting point here. Nature is very neutral. Nature is neutral. Inside of the human intestine, we have countless numbers of bacteria. Now, there's a dynamic tension, a race, if you will. Allah says in the Qur'an, let there strive as if in a race towards all that is good. So as long as you keep the builders, the beneficial bacteria that are in your body, the military that exists in your body to keep things under control, well, then you will do well. You will be healthy. The moment that you tip that balance in favor of the demolition crew, the crew that breaks us down so that we return to the earth, then you will experience illness, you will experience sickness. And if you really tip the balance too far in favor of the demolition crew, you will have death and decomposition. Remember, that's why those things exist within us, to decompose, to break down the food that we eat. Just like in the fall, the conditions change and things die. Well, inside of us, we create conditions where things die, but they die at a particular rate and at a particular time, such that we're able to get rid of the waste. However, if you do not maintain the proper conditions and you favor the growth of the demolition crew and you invite the bacteria to overgrow and you overwhelm your immune system, then guess what happens? You get sick. So do you see now? I hope I've been able to draw a parallel or at least connect some of the dots so that you can see that the flu season corresponds and lines up, aligns right at the time that people are encouraged to eat all kinds of bad things, things which create the environment that bacteria and germs love to grow in. And then you are told that you can continue to do all of that, but all you have to do is to take this particular injection and you'll be protected from all of that. Now, if you believe that, then by all means, go for it. But I'm here to tell you, as someone who has been in the industry of healthcare for 43 years, there is no pill, there is no injection, there is no nothing that will overcome lifestyle, bad eating. It was Albert Einstein, I think, that said insanity is doing the same thing and expecting a different result. So if you really want to stay healthy during this flu season, then there's a couple of things that you can do. Maintain the proper environment. Outside of your home, you don't want mice and creatures from the outside world coming into your house. Mind you that in NuNETICS, your house, the word bait, the letter bait or B, right, is symbolic or representative of your house. Things come in, things go out. So if you want to keep the outside world outside of your house, your body, then do not create conditions which invite them. If you have lots and lots of debris around your home, lots of bushes and straw and grass and things like that, that animals can make a nest in, well, guess what's going to happen? They're going to come. If you invite a situation where your colon, which is your intestines, are approximately 20 plus feet from your mouth to your backside, and if you fill that up with a whole bunch of indigestible food that's full of sugar, which fosters the growth of bacteria, and you become constipated. Some people I've seen do not go to the bathroom for an entire week. Can you imagine? You're putting food in there 3 to 6 times per day, and it only comes out once a week. And they wonder why they are bilious and flatulent. You look that up. So by all means, if you think that that injection will help you, just know the following. The way that particular injection is formulated is the analysis and the anticipation of what's coming this way based upon what has happened in places like Australia, which is days ahead of us. Their seasons come ahead of us. And then they synthesize, they manufacture, they engineer an organism, a particle of nuclear material, DNA, RNA, whatever it shall be, and they put it in an injection, which will go into your arm. Now, I remember reading in the Qur'an, I cannot tell you the exact place, but if you Google, you'll find, not Google, but if you go to the websites that have a search for Quranic phrases, you'll see this. And it was told that, I believe that the people of Moses, correct me, Ben, if I'm wrong, were told that they could go into the city to get their manna and quail and other things that they were complaining about, but they were to enter by the proper doors. Now, what does that mean in health terms? Respiratory diseases, colds, flu, allergies, they enter your body through the nose or through the mouth. Respiratory, that's how things get into your lungs. You either breathe through your nose or you breathe through your mouth. The body, according to Allah's Fitrah, has been set up in such amazing ways. It brings me almost to tears to tell you how amazing Allah fashioned the human body to be able to detect microscopic particles of virus, bacteria, pollen, germs, you name it. Body knows it when it comes in through the proper doors, through the nose, through the mouth, and we are exposed to such things over and over and over again as you move through the earth, as you interact with people, but it comes in through the proper doors. And the beautiful part about that is your immune system is so elegant that once exposed to it, your body will maintain a file. Google, Facebook, all these other people that are collecting data using artificial intelligence, they ain't got nothing on the system that Allah fashioned through the immune system to collect data on things that can harm you and manufacture specific soldiers to inactivate it, attack it, and kill it so it won't get to you again. But now when you get an injection, it comes through your arm or your thigh through the muscles, which have no setup for that, not like respiratory does. There's immune tissue, lymphoid tissue all throughout your respiratory and digestive system. So it has to get picked up by the blood and get carried to the lymph nodes through the lymphatic system in order for the blood to manufacture antibodies for it. Now you decide. When you get an injection, the intent for it is to give your immune system a heads up, advance warning of germs that are to come. They aren't even here yet, or unless they've manufactured them and released them. However, when you maintain a robust immune system by following the Fitra of the food that Allah intended for you, then you will, once exposed to these things on your own, free of charge, manufacture and support your military to take care of it. It will happen, and it's free of charge, and Allah designed it. Therefore, it has to be khair. It has to be good. It has to be excellent, because that's all Allah does. So that's something for you to keep in mind. That's something for you to ponder during this season. I ask you to do so. I ask you to read, to research, to corroborate Qur'anically what I have said, to do your research online so that you can make the best decision. What I've told you is what I think. By all means, respond to my email, onesacredservice@yahoo.com. And that's spelled ONE, sacred, SACRED, service@yahoo.com with your comments. Maybe you see something that I do not. Maybe what I've told you is the product of an overactive imagination. I don't think so. But just in case, share with me your thoughts. So I'll leave you with this, which I think is a tremendous, tremendous injection for your iman, the system that protects your faith. Iman, immune, you NuNETICS people, you understand the continental connections. And it's from the Qur'an. It goes thus: if Allah protects you, none can overcome you. If he forsakes you, who is it after that that can help you? Upon Allah, then, let those who believe put their trust. So I wish you every good. I wish you every facility. I wish you every ease. I wish you just the most wonderful evening and week and rest of your life, which you could possibly have. I ask you to stay tuned, because Instructor Bilal is right on my heels, and he has some wonderful, wonderful information to share with you. It has been my pleasure, and I'm honored to have spent the last 45, 50 minutes with you. And I wish you a fond evening, and I bid you peace, the peace that only Allah can give. Salam alaikum.
Alaikum assalam. Thank you, sister,
Alaikum
very
salam.
much.
Walaikum assalam.
Powerful information.
Alhamdulillah.
Powerful information.
Callers and the babies in the background. I love hearing the infants and the toddlers in the background. That's our new life. That's our next step. So don't feel bad about that. But let me try to find my notes here. Here we go. And we're ready to start this linguistic party. So I'm going to ask that you please not interrupt me during my discourse, but inshallah, we'll make enough time at the end of what I need to say for you to come in and say what you need to say if it's a question or a quick comment. So we're here on this Sunday, September 18th, 2022. This is the one and only UniverCity Online Learning Course, and we're continuing with our subject from the past 2 weeks of BioGeometry and the Fitrah, part 3. Now, if you're just tuning into this subject, I would ask as soon as it's over, or maybe early tomorrow at some point, you listen to parts 1 and 2 in order to truly understand and appreciate what we're going to be saying today. Although, even if you haven't heard those 2 parts, you know Instructor Bilal is going to leave you with something to chew on. So don't worry about that. We were talking in the last class about the numbers 911 being an emergency number. And you have to understand that this world of social conspirators, they speak to each other and to you above your heads, however, in code language, CODE language. This is how it's been for thousands of years. Based on who's been in control, they devise and design codes, code language, code sounds, code numbers, code letters, to speak above the heads of the people who they consider to be sheeple and not really people. That's the reason why English has capital letters and small letters. The capital letters are speaking to capitalized pockets of people in leadership positions, and the minuscule letters are speaking about the condition of the minuscule people. They're in the mini school. Keep that in mind now. They're in the mini school of fish, you know, the schools of fish, just looking for another worm, not knowing that there's a hook attached. But that's the way this world goes. And only the Qur'an in this day and time is going to save you from the fishermen who should not be fishing in the waters of your sensitivity, as Imam Muhammad would put it, fishing in the waters of our human sensitivities. And in case you haven't been introduced to me, I am your international instructor, Benjamin Bilal. You can find me on YouTube under Imam, I-M-A-M, Benjamin Bilal. And there are about 100 videos that you can choose from. Try to start as early as you can and then work your way up to where we are right now. So we spoke about this 911. And 911, I told you, was also a code set of numbers. And it became the number for emergencies. 911, you call 911, they ask you, what is your emergency? If it's not an emergency, they're going to ask you to call the fire department or, you know, call whoever, you know, your local clinic because your knee is hurting. That's not an emergency to them. An emergency is a matter of life and death. So that's what 911 is. So I'm creeping up on the subject, going back to some of the things I said pertaining to September 11th, 2001, which again is called 911, because 9 is the 9th month of the Gregorian calendar, and 11 is for the 11th day. And you know, in our English language, we have a phrase called the 11th hour. That means after that, there's no chance of survival. If you don't make it out before the 11th hour, that's it. No chance of surviving. Keep these things in mind. These things are serious. You know, they have a dog, a squad of dogs called the Canine Squad. I'm sure you've heard of them. The Canine Squad. And that's a squad of dogs that are missioned solely for emergency purposes. When they bring out the Canine Squad, that means they have to sniff out something that's not readily seen. They have to go find somebody. They got to sniff out they get some bloodhounds or something. Mostly they're German Shepherd type dogs that they call the Canine Squad. But look at this set of 1 letter and 1 number. K happens to be the 11th letter in the English alphabet. So K9 is simply 911 spelled backwards or inversely. 11, 9, 9, 11. Again, in their code language, both of those are speaking to the same concern, and that is the concern that there is an emergency taking place. So 911, it doesn't get any more emergency oriented than that. And you have to understand also that this Western society, as Imam Muhammad mentioned to us, is actually a combination of two major ideologies and philosophies. They are a combination of the Egyptian ideologies and philosophies and mythologies and religion, as well as the ancient Greek ideology, philosophy, and mythologies. Ancient Egypt and ancient Greece. That's a quote from Imam Muhammad, that American ideology and philosophy and religion is based mostly in those two ancient ideologies. So in the Greek ancient ideology, as well as in the ancient Egyptian ancient ideology, there are dogs that symbolize certain things. For sure, in the ancient Egyptian ideology, there is the dog called Anubis, A-N-U-B-I-S, Anubis. You have to look that up for yourself and begin to apply the logic to its logical conclusion. All right. I told you before, I don't do your homework for you. I put you on the road, but I don't walk your hand all of the way to your destination. You have to do some work. You, the viewers, you have to do some work. So a lot of these things are connected and interconnected in terms of the logic. And we've been going over so much valuable information in regards to how this society has been put together, that if you continue to follow these breadcrumbs that I'm laying down for you, and that many other scholars have laid, and I don't consider myself a scholar, I consider myself a student, and always student. I'm not a scholar because I'm not following a school. I'm not following any schools of thought. I'm
A learner.
I am establishing a way of thinking, not thought. Thought is past tense. When you call yourself following a school of thought, you say, hey, man, I had some thoughts. Thoughts already gone. They're already dissipated. But thinking is present tense. So if you want to be in a school, call it a school of thinking. Don't call Imam Muhammad's language a school of thought. That's an insult. That means it's passé. That means it's time gone. That's it for that. It's a school of thought, but I had some thoughts and thoughts are gone. Now I'm moving on to some more thinking. And Imam Muhammad encourages all of us to be thinkers. Man means mind, to be thinkers. So keep that in mind. But I don't follow not even a school of thinking, because my thinking is not fast-tracked. You can't trace what I'm about to say. You have no clue what I'm about to present to you today. And you've been listening to me for 10 straight years. And you still know every time that instructor dude says something, it's going to be fresh and new. Even if it's the same thing that he said 2 weeks ago, he's going to present it in a new presentation and in a new package. You know that already, because what we're presenting to you is absolutely, without a doubt, inspired and inspiring information. So let's keep that in mind. Now, 911 was not an explosion of dynamite, bombs. We cannot technically refer to that day and what happened to the World Trade Twin Towers as an explosion. They were an implosion. What they're calling explosion is actually an implosion. The buildings clearly imploded, which allowed for what is called a pancake collapse. That's what it's called in construction terminology. When they want to get rid of a building without it affecting the surrounding properties, They set up the explosives in a way where the buildings will just collapse in on its own, what they call footprint. As a free fall, you've seen it, free fall of the building's materials. In doing so, the buildings, and I mean all three of the buildings, buildings 1 and 2, the Twin Towers, along with building 7, the Pentagon included. In fact, building 7 wasn't even hit and it fell. And so, well, the reverberation, man, who do you think you're talking to? The reverberation from blocks and blocks and blocks away. How come all the other buildings that were probably weaker than building number 7, how come all of those buildings didn't fall? And who has asked the questions as to what those buildings contained that made it so necessary that the whole building it just implode in a way where nothing could be salvaged? What kind of paperwork might have been in that building? See, we don't ask ourselves these questions because we don't want to be accused of being conspiracy theorists. And we'll talk about that word conspiracy in just a moment. But the demolition that occurred on that day between those buildings is called a controlled demolition. You can kind of hear a hint at demon in demolition, can't you? Maybe it's just my imagination running away with me. Now, the social conspirators operate through very sophisticated symbolism. Imam Muhammad, that would be Imam Warithuddin Muhammad, or Wallace D. Muhammad, he's also known as. He spent 33 straight years deciphering and revealing their symbolism. The collapse of the Twin Towers is a scheme and a theme. And these are my words, not Imam Muhammad's words. So don't go back and say, oh, Instructor Bilal said that the Imam said that the Twin Towers, how they came down was a scheme and a theme. No, that's not what he said. That's what I'm saying. All right. And I'm saying that it is a scheme and a theme for how Shaitan, known as Satan, how Satan collapses individuals, groups, and whole societies of people. Let me repeat that so that it will sink into the right crevices. The Twin Towers are an example of a scheme and an underlying theme for how Satan collapses individuals in on their own footprints, meaning in on their own logic. The feet and the legs represent logic. And Satan is crafty at what he does. And he will take an individual and drive that individual mad. The individual will still be talking sense and gaining and earning degrees and working jobs and maybe become even financially successful. But as a human person, they would have collapsed in on their own logic. Come to the point where they say there's no creator, there's no God, you know, there's just man and there's just humanism. Why don't we all just be nice to each other? That's all we need. We don't need no fairy tale myth about God and all of that stuff. See, that's collapsing in on your own footprint. All of that stuff is falling on your own big toe. That's what Satan does. He does that again for individuals. He does that for groups. He did that for Black Lives Matter. He did that for the old Nation of Islam. He not only takes individuals, Satan takes groups. You take the Mormons, you take anybody, Jehovah's Witnesses. Now they're talking about all of this pedophilia running wild throughout the leadership of the Jehovah's Witnesses. So Satan knows how to take a thing that might have started out innocent, and then he begins to manipulate the legs. See, he's a puppeteer. He begins to manipulate the characters and the characteristics of what he's chosen to manipulate. And before you know it, that whole group has fallen in on its own footprint. He has done that for the group soul of the African American in particular. the group soul that Imam Muhammad told you about. The one that has now given itself to pornography and playtime, party time, and foolishness and irresponsibility. Yeah, I want that girl to be my girlfriend. And if she gets pregnant, so be it. I don't want no child. So I'll just leave her and find me another woman, find me another shorty. You know what I mean? See, that's the mentality that they want our youth to come into, because they know once you bite that bullet, young person, male or female, your human life is going to fall in upon its own footprint, upon its own logic, and it won't be able to move. They showed it to you in the image of the crucified Christ. We're going to get to that picture in a moment also. Pay very close attention. So Satan also does that for whole societies. He has done it now for the entire Western world. And he has outstretched his tentacles so that that devastation now includes the entire planet Earth. Thanks to the COVID fear mongering. He has collapsed the entire world. In the Bible, this process is called the crucifixion. You see how he plays with words? He knows that your subconscious mind is hearing crucifixion, F-I-C-T-I-O-N. That's why they can't reconcile that word. They know that it's fiction. That's why the Qur'an says that they neither killed Jesus nor crucified him, but it was made to appear as such. And those who argue about it, Allah says they have no knowledge. They're just depending on guesswork. So the Christian world, in their establishment of Christianity in 325 AD at the Council of Nicaea in Italy, they established this crucifixion story. And it's based on the crucifixion story of mythological characters that existed thousands of years before the Jesus myth was invented. Begin with Osiris and his crucifixion and work your way up or sideways over to other mythological creatures and characters out of ancient Egypt, out of ancient Sumeria, out of ancient Greece. Hercules was crucified. Samson, if you look at it, pushing the pillars to the side in his blindness and his blind rage, and then having the building fall upon him. It's the same twin tower phenomenon. They've been telling this story over and over and over again in history. So when it happens in real time, in real life, it's only because they're reenacting their scheme. So that crucifixion of Jesus in the Bible is just a template for how their scheme becomes effectuated in a way that the people who have that knowledge, they know, and then they can also calculate what the next move is going to be based on what the scripture or the myth tells them the next move should be. And the dumb people who have no clue that this is an act. Even in the Bible, they have a book called the Book of Acts. They don't realize it's just one major theater story that they're telling. And Jesus, again, is the template. Now look at this word collapse out of the Etymology Online Dictionary. It says fall together. Isn't that interesting? In the Qur'an, what does Allah say to Adam, his wife, and to Iblis? He says, get ye down from here all together in a jamia, huh? Yeah. So in other words, they were all falling together. So the nudging out of Adam and his Zawj and Iblis out of paradise, quote unquote, or heaven, if you will, into the earth, all ye together, Allah says in the Quran. That means that that journey on their part must have represented a type of collapse. Yeah. But what was intended to build that edifice back up is that they learn from their collective experiences, because Jamia means that they were all operating within the same framework. So stop looking for Iblis out there, creeping up on you in the bathroom. Stop looking for the jinn and Iblis and Shaitan and all of these characters that the Quran speaks about as being extraneous or external to your personal reality, when in fact, all of them are separate, although related, parts and particles and portions of the human construction itself. There's a very famous hadith where one of the companions of Muhammad the Prophet is reported to have asked him, "You taught us that every human being has a jinn." They asked him, they said, "Well, what about you, dear messenger, dear holy apostle, dear prophet," whatever it was they used to determine who he was to them. He said, "Yes, me too, except that I have made mine Muslim," meaning I made my jinn submit. That means that it was within him also. So if it was within the prophet of God, as they like to call him, why wouldn't it be in you and me? So Iblis, when you read about him in the Quran, stop thinking about, President Biden, or just the new Iblis, or just stop thinking about the Russian president as being the Dajjal. No, all of these characters and characteristics are in you as a human being, depending on whether you are supporting the higher development within your human makeup. If you're not supporting that higher development, then you by default are going to be devolved down to the lowest of the low. The creation of the human being is fi ahsani taqweem, created in the most highest of organizational designs as Allah created us. Thumma radadnahu asfala safilin. Thereafter, much later. Thumma, much later. Not immediately. This thing happens over periods and periods and periods of time, maybe days, maybe years, maybe eons of time could pass, where human excellence that used to be excellence in one part of the world begins to devolve instead of evolve. You see? Begins to moonwalk like Michael Jackson. It's supposed to be going this way, but it's going that way. Thinking it's going this way because its eyes are going that way. So why is the world getting smaller? Because you're going in the wrong direction, champ. All right. So we have to understand that the opportunity is in front of us after the collapse to rebuild our lives with the building materials, the building blocks that Allah has presented for us and to us in his Fitrah. That's the other important word of the day. We're talking about BioGeometry and the Fitrah, part 3. So the collapse is what happens to human development when it strays away from intentional development, when it gives its life to the winds of circumstances, as Imam Muhammad once called it, the winds of circumstance. Just let me blow wherever the wind takes me, and I'm satisfied there. I'm a vagabond for all intents and purposes. No, you have to take that brilliance that Allah placed and clocked into your intellect, and you have to consciously manipulate and manage that excellence so that it serves the ultimate purpose. What is that ultimate purpose? The ultimate purpose in human nature is that everything else in nature, called angels in the Quran, submit to you and your requests, not as you being a god or anything. Allah says he has sakhara all of the creation, meaning that he has made available to you all of their potential. And they do it in obedience to their Rabb, who is also our Rabb, the one who will not rob you of your excellence. Now, you look at that word collapse, you see that it comes from the word co, which means together, and lapse. Lapse. A collapse is when at least two things fall together. See, it has to be a co. If I say that's my coworker, hey, there's at least one of them over there who's working with me. They can all be my coworkers. I can have more than two, but there has to be at least two things falling together for it to be a collapse. If you have a lapse of memory, you know what that means. Your memory fell out your head for that moment. It represents a fall. And a collapse, I repeat, is when at least two things fall together. It is a collapse, and lapse, L-A-P-S-E, is consonantally connected to the Quranic word Iblis because the P and the B are interchangeable in linguistics. So the BLS is also the PLS that you see in lapse. It doesn't matter if it's not in direct order, as long as those consonants are in the word itself, it still applies in terms of it being a related meaning. So whatever lapse means, and it doesn't matter what language you're translating out of, that's the beauty of NuNETICS. I'm telling you, it beats Grimm's Law like it was its daddy. Because it is its daddy. Yeah, an understanding of all languages that fall off of the human tongue and out of the human mouth gave birth to the recognition of languages in certain areas of the world, like the Indo-European languages. They concentrated on where most of their people came from, India and Europe, and the combination of forces that they united in order to do what they needed to do in the world. The other parts of the world came into the Semitic languages. You had the African world that they said came into the Hamitic languages. All of that is nonsense, by the way. They did that for their own political and economic purposes in history. But when the European began to come into his glory and power, they didn't call it, who was that third brother? Japhet. I'm talking the Bible now, the three sons of Noah. One was called Shem. So they gave that to the Shemite or the Semite people. It became the Semitic languages. Then you had Ham, which was supposed to be representative of the entire world of African stock people. So they call us Hamites. Boy, these people are shrewd. And by the time they were going to call European languages and European stock Japhite, after Japheth, the brother that represents Europe in the Bible, according to their language. Ham represents Africa, Shem represents Asia, and Japhet represents Europe. But by the time they got to Europe, the Europeans said, no, don't name us after Japheth, because at that time, the world was coming out of respect for religion and coming into a respect for scientifically based knowledge. So to be named after a religious figure was tantamount to being named after a myth. That's why European languages are called Indo-European and not Japhethite or Japhetite or whatever they would have come up with as a word after that third brother who represents all of European stock. I hope that's understandable. I believe it is. So these social conspirators, they specialize in the collapse of two essential components of the human nature. See, they hit the Twin Towers and two buildings fell initially. Well, that's exactly how they attacked human nature. They just capitalized it in a symbol, a symbolic action. Because there are twin towers, metaphorically speaking, in each and every one of us. What are those twin towers? They are the two essential components of human nature known as your emotions, which is your heart's concerns, and also your mind or your intellect's concerns. Prove it further, Instructor Bilal. They call you an individual. I can prove it all day long. They call the human being by himself or herself an individual, right? So what is that saying? This word is simply two words put together: indivisible, which means not divided. You're not supposed to divide. Indivisible with liberty and justice. For you're not supposed to be trying to divide these two things because it's an indivisible dual. There's a two-ness in you that these early potent thinkers understood were not supposed to be tampered with or pulled apart. They were zawjain. They were created by Allah to be drawn to each other as husband and wife. The husband is the intellect, the wife is the emotions, and they're supposed to be intermingling and producing marvelous levels of creation. So that's why they call the human being an individual, an indivisible dual. You're not supposed to be just mental with no feelings for nothing or nobody. You're not supposed to be just feelings, nothing more than feelings. No, people will manipulate your mind to no end if you come to them just from the heart. The mind, the intellect is supposed to be the protector over the heart. Arijalu kawamuna ala nisa. Arijalu is the intellect. Rajal, legs, two legs of moral and rational logic are to be the maintainers and protectors over an-nisa, which in this interpretation represents your heart's concerns, your emotions, not physical women. We're talking about two properties within human nature that every human being, male and female, possess. Both of these sexes or genders possess an active mind and a sensitive heart, and they're supposed to work together as an individual component, operating for your evolution and advancement. So the social conspirators, they specialize in the collapsing of these all-important infrastructures. In Surah 7 called Al-Araf, the heights, ayat 12, look at what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says to us. And this is speaking to all human beings. Allah says, قَالَ مَا مَنَعَكَ عَلَى تَسْجُدَ إِذْ أَمَرْتُكَ قَالَ أَنَا خَيْرٌ مِّنْهُ خَلَقْتَنِي مِنْ نَارٍ وَخَلَقْتَهُ مِنْ طِينٍ. Allah says, what prevented you? This is Allah speaking to Iblis, so to speak. What prevented you from making sajda, from bowing down when I commanded you? He, meaning Iblis, said, Ana khayrun minhu. I am more useful, I'm more beneficial in the world than that piece of clay you messing around with. You did create me min narin, from fire, not from annar, the fire. That's different in the Quran. When Allah says annar, when he says ittaqun nar, ittaqu annar, to have taqwa for the fire. That's not the fire that Iblis is talking about. He's talking about a generic fire. When he says to Allah, you did create me from annar, not annar, from narin, see, min narin. And him, that guy, he wouldn't even call his name. Isn't that pathetic? he didn't even say an Adam over there, you know. No, you created me from this substance and him from thin clay, malleable clay, impressionable material. Yeah, I stick my finger in him and he can't resist being impressed by whatever it is I want to stick it. I want to stick it to him. I can just throw it at him and it'll stick to his clay. I don't even have to place it on him. I just throw it at him, you know, garbage, whatever, dust, you know, whatever. So he's saying, Adam ain't worth diddly squat. Next to me, try to just throw something in me. Take some paper, throw it in me and see what happens in my fire. I'll consume it. That's what Iblis was saying. You can't touch this. He was the original, what's that guy's name? Who did that song? Can't touch this.
MC Hammer.
MC Hammer.
Yes, MC Hammer. Yeah, Hammer. Yeah. All right. He was the original. Can't touch this. So that's Iblis talking back to Allah, but in his head. He wouldn't dare talk to Allah like that, for real. That is the nature of the lower ego, the nature of the human solar plexus, that fire. Solar, that's what Iblis represents. The personalized, me oriented ego. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? And the solar plexus sends the message to the brain that says, you know, it's me, y'all. Come on now. Stop looking for other people who are more impressive than me. That's what Iblis was saying, because he represents those activities taking place in the human being's lower ego. Stop seeing him as some force outside there trying to get into your daughter like the exorcist got into that girl. Made her head spin around and she split up green pea soup and all that. They want you in that fantasy land. And you got Muslims who are no better. They're actually worse than that in terms of how they describe the jinn and the jinn forces and people being just sent to the madhouse because the jinn possessed them out of nowhere. Jinn jumped in them. You know, you keep believing that. Please, I'm not going to ask you not to come back to this channel because I know this is helping you, but gee whiz. Iblis was actually created from two major elements, not just one. He said, you created me min naran. He only mentioned one element, but the second element that was fueling the fire was air. If you deprive fire of its oxygen, it immediately dissipates and disappears. So if you rob Iblis of his air, then his fire goes out. Allah is showing us in scripture how to handle mismanaged and out of control passions within the human psyche. Fire is symbolic of the intellect that is guided by, listen carefully, personal opinion. That's what an-nar means in the Quran most of the time that it is being mentioned. Personal opinion. Allah mentions in Al-Baqarah that there was a man who kindled a fire, naran, and when it had lit all around him, that's what the solar plexus does as an ego, a lower ego driven entity in you. It lights everything that you look at. That's why it's the mirror, mirror on the wall, because it's really just reflecting your own low ambitions and your own way of wanting the entire world to see you. Don't look at them, see me. It's all about me. I'm the superstar fire here. Who said so? Me, I say so. They give it to you in most of what they do. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Me is in the scheme. They catch you as an innocent soul, like the deer, the doe, the D-O-E. But in their minds, you are D-O-U-G-H. You're that same malleable clay stuff that Allah said he created Adam from. You are manipulatable in their eyes. You are dough. And then they let that dough come into just a glimpse of sunshine or education. That's the ray. But they spell it R-E like they do for Amun-Re, the solar god of ancient Egypt. So they let you come into a little hint or a semblance of social civility. But from there, they take you into individuality. From there, they take you into the me generation. You remember that here in America back in the 70s? The me generation. And it's the me, the concentration on the individuality in you, that takes your personality and your ambitions and delivers them way away from the goal that Allah intended for you. So it puts you far, far away. Doe a deer, a female deer that lets you know it's a community type. Ray, a drop of golden sun, not a whole lot. Don't open the blinds, just a drop of golden sun. Me, a name, I call myself a name. If you have a name in Hollywood, it means you're very well known for what it is you do. That's the ego saying, look at me. Far, a long, long way to run. That's your logic, running away from the source, running away from the truth. So, a needle pulling thread. That means that whatever was artificially separated is now being artificially rejoined. They're doing it now throughout this whole COVID, smovid, manufactured crisis. They artificially separated humanity. Hey, 6 feet away. Hey, where's your mask? Hey, little child going to school, little 5-year-old. I know we're already putting you 6 feet away from the next student, but wear that mask while you're in school. And the officials who know better are laughing all of the way to the proverbial and the actual bank because of our, I gotta call it what it is, stupidity. I'll give it another word in just a little while. Remind me to speak on the difference between being stupid and being dumb. There's a difference. They have dumbed down the entire world's population, but several of us are choosing to be stupid, just devoid of common sense. Dumb doesn't mean that. Dumb has another significance, but stupid, that's your choice. It's when your whole body is saying, I need oxygen. But the ideology they have sold you says, do what we told you to do, or else you're going to die. You're going to get sick and die if you don't do what we tell you to do, even though we're not doing what we tell you to do. That's stupid. That's what I'm talking about. Now let's continue. Everybody all right out there? Just give me a little shout out. Let me know that you're still there.
Yes, sir. Ready,
Yeah.
ready.
All the way.
Alhamdulillah.
Right here.
All right, tighten up your seatbelt.
Stay clear ahead.
We haven't even left the ground yet. Tighten up your seatbelt. Allahu Al-Kabir. Allahu Al-Kabir.
Allahu Akbar.
Allahu Mutakabir.
Allah be praised.
Al-Kabir.
Alhamdulillah.
All right, let's continue. Mute your phones. So a long, long way to run. No, pardon me. So a needle pulling thread. You know, the needle was a major symbol in ancient Egypt. Major symbol, the needle. And both the Bible and the Qur'an speaks about the needle, the eye of the needle, the camel not being able to fit through the eye of the needle. All symbolism. It says the rich man won't go to heaven until a camel can fit through the eye. And you know, ancient Egypt had that eye of Osiris and of Horus through the eye of a needle. And you know what it means to needle somebody. Yeah, you just keep picking at them, picking at them. That's what people do to clay, right? They just keep picking at it, picking. And before you know it, the little pieces of clay all over the place. And the image that was once a bust, they start picking at that soft clay. And, you know, before you know it, it's whittled down to no thing, at least nothing to be respected. So a needle pulling thread, like what they did with the Frankenstein monster, they found pieces of dead bodies in the cemetery, in the graveyard, and they brought those pieces to Dr. Frankenstein. Well, the doctor was Frankenstein, not the monster. He was just the monster. The real monster was Dr. Frankenstein, who began to sew these pieces. You see the stitching in the neck of Frankenstein or Herman Munster, if that's your generation, and a needle pulling thread. La, a note to follow soul. So that means that what they're stitching together is a combination of soul and La. You put them together, you got solar, or what we call solar. Again, dealing with the plexus. They're giving you an artificial ego. So a needle pulling thread. La, a note to follow. So, you know, on the Hajj, if you come there with an outfit, a getup, a foul or whatever, and it's not one piece, if it's sewn together, you can't wear it on the Hajj. It's supposed to be one wrap and then another wrap, but they're not supposed to be sewn together. If you see some old person in the desert with their little sewing machine up, like my mother used to do, I used to love to watch her sew. And I love the smell of sewing machines for some reason, at least hers. I don't know what other people's machines smell like. But if they're sewing your outfit together for Hajj, not acceptable. So this needle pulling thread was telling you that these pieces were coming from who knows where and being forced together. So it says La, a note to follow, so, sola. Tea, I drink with jam and bread. Think about this. This tea. In the Hebrew alphabet, the letter T, called Tau, is the last of 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet. So it represents the end, and in Judaic ideology, it represents the cessation of life, or what we call death. That's why you find the cross all throughout the cemeteries when people die. So tea, I drink with jam and bread. What is jam? It's the word jamia that we discussed earlier, when all are put together in order to effectuate a particular design or destiny. Get ye down from here, all of you together. But if you're down here partying hardy, you call that the jam also, don't you? I'm going to the jam. Michael said, jam. It ain't too much stuff. It ain't too much. It's just too much for me to jam. They know what they're doing. Oh, they know what they're doing. Poor Michael, they know what they're doing. Jam has always meant to bring things from there into a group over here. Yeah. And jam also, I drink with that tea. I put that jam on my bread. See, I drink my tea, this whole death influence that Pope John II, John Paul II once called the culture of death. That's what he said was the Western culture, the culture of death. Imam Muhammad used to like to repeat that statement by the late John Paul II. Tea, I drink with jam. And that means in this death scenario, there's going to be a whole lot of people participating. And what does that participation do? It brings us back to dough. This dough. We'll just look for another innocent society to pull this same scheme on, because it's all at the end of the road going to bring us into much billions and now trillions. They never thought they could get away with just signing off on trillions of dollars. To hell, if your taxes go up or if you can't afford the food and the gas, these people are like saying this is our last ditch effort to become zillionaires. They have made more millionaires and billionaires during the COVID so-called crisis. And crisis is just a code word for Christ and the crucifixion thereof. And if you don't trust what Instructor Bilal is telling you, you think, how could I make up this much connected logic? This is one garment. This is not me sewing, taking here and trying to make it fit another. No, ain't no needle and thread here. This is me looking at it and saying, they have developed a scheme, and then they separate the ideas in that scheme so that you can't find the puzzle pieces. But Allah, every now and then, he sends people along, like Imam W.D. Muhammad, like myself, and like many of you. He sends us along to begin looking at the pieces and saying, wait a minute. The little wedges on this piece look like they interlock with those wedges. So they must have at one point been one logic, one scheme. And that's all we're doing. We're putting that scheme back together like Humpty Dumpty could not have been put back together, because Humpty Dumpty represents an artificial scheme. Sitting on a wall of division, divide black from white, divide Muslim from Christian from Jew, divide men from women, make women think they're men and make men think they're women, and then abuse the children, divide the children from adult parentage and responsibility and teaching and education, then divide the parents from the educators. And see, this is all artificial division that we're dealing with in this world right now. Artificially instituted and instigated divisions that have nothing to do with divisions that are naturally made by Allah in the Fitrah. And Allah says in the Qur'an, cursed are those who break asunder what Allah has ordered to be joined together. See, Allah says, Allah says, come ye together, said it to the cosmos, come together willingly or unwillingly. And the entire cosmos and creation said, we come of our own accord, we come willingly. So whatever has come together out of that chaos was meant to naturally connect with each other. Male with female, female with male, parent with children, children with parents, children with education, and the educators. That those are natural parts of the mosaic that Allah has created in the cosmos for us to develop and evolve upon. And these wicked bastard schemers come into our lives and interrupt that life by introducing artificial constructs for us to live by and eventually die by, so that they can bring their asses back to dough. And if you follow the money trail, I wouldn't have to go through all of this for an hour trying to explain to you what that whole thing is, not just was, but is still about. It's about getting the getting while the getting is good for them. Bad for us, great for them, and the lining of their pockets. So again, if you rob Iblis of his heir, A-I-R, but it sounds like H-E-I-R. That means his successor, because you breathe in succession. That's how you stay here, by giving respect to that which is supposed to succeed you. That's what a Khalifa is and does. It's one who comes up from the rear to succeed those who are presently in positions of leadership, etc. That's how Allah has created the cosmos, so that good will succeed good in the past, but it's also so that good will succeed bad stuff that people in positions of power were not supposed to be doing. Allah gives them a certain amount of time. He puts a tick-tock over their operation. And he says, when I come with my big clock called Sa'i in the Quran, when I come with the Sa'i, your game is over. He told that to Iblis in the Quran. Yeah, and then, I'm going to wipe this world clean of your scheme. And all those who want to follow you, I'm going to fill hell with them all. Those are Allah's words in the Quran. I didn't say it. Allah, you got a problem with that? Speak to your Rabb. But that's kind of cruel for God to just come and we've been duped and made stupid. No, you weren't made stupid. You accepted to be stupid. You weren't made stupid. You weren't even made dumb. You know what dumb means? D-U-M-B. Why is the B silent? You ever ask yourself these kinds of questions? D-U-M-B. Why didn't they just say D-U-M and be done? Because that's dumb. You don't say dumb. You say dumb. So what's the silent B? You have to know what B means in order to know why it's being kept silent. B, if you turn your head profile and look at the shape of your top and bottom lip when put together, that's where they got the letter B, because it represents your closed lips. And you know what they say about open lips sink ships. You talk too much. So dumb doesn't mean you're stupid. It means you are choosing or being coaxed into not saying anything. You know what it means to play dumb? Doesn't mean you don't know anything. You could be a brilliant person, but I'm feeling threatened in this situation. And if I say something, they might get wise to me and start jugging me and start messing with me. They might even hurt me or kill me. So I zip the lip, as they say. That's the closing of the two lips. The B, silent B, that's what dumb means. That's one of the major meanings of the English word dumb. The other meaning is that the English word dumb is related to the Hebrew and the Arabic word dam. Dam. And what does dam mean? Blood. When the body bleeds out all of its blood, the body becomes dumb, meaning unable to express itself anymore. See, so it's another word for death due to the bleeding out of the life substance and force that are contained in the blood. When you bleed all of that out so that all of it serves the interest of the soil and the insects and none of it any longer serves your interest, that's called bleeding out the blood until the body becomes what they call mute, M-U-T-E. The Qur'an calls it mate, see, consonantally connected. Mute means you're unable to speak. I'm a deaf mute. I can't hear, therefore I don't know how to form words. That's a deaf mute. But mate means dead. But the Qur'an is not speaking about physical death when it talks about maytun. Is speaking about the death of the important aspects of your human life discussed earlier as your intellect and your emotionality. When you allow this world to stifle those two major parts of your human personality and expression, you in your flesh body, while you're breathing in air and breathing out the carbon, whatever they call it, you are still dead, according to the Qur'an and the Bible. That's what they mean by dead. That's why the Honorable Elijah Muhammad called us mentally dead. He didn't say physically dead. When you're physically dead, you can't cause any more problems for people. But if you're walking around here dead, in need of a checkup from the neck up, as our young people say, you can cause all kinds of mayhem everywhere you go, because that dead thing which should have been buried is now stinking up the entire world. So stay alive. So getting back to the meaning, the symbolic meaning of fire, it is symbolic of the intellect that provides light for the environment. That's what your intellect is designed to do. But your mainstay in terms of where you go for your personal making it through the world, you're not attached to any scripture. You're not attached to anything that is called revelation. You are making your way day by day based on your own personal opinion as to how things should be. And somebody comes to you and say, yeah, but I have a better idea. You know, in the Qur'an, it says such and such and thus and thus. And yeah, I'm not dealing with no Qur'an, man. I'm not letting no Qur'an and no spooky God concept run my life. You created me from fire. So that fire is personal opinion. And people stray away and stay away from the guidance called the guidance of Allah, called the Hudan in the Qur'an, Hudan lil muttaqin. So the air that is sustaining that fire represents spiritual influence, according to Imam W.D. Muhammad. So if you rob Iblis of that air factor, the fire immediately goes out, as mentioned earlier. You just have to rob him of his ability to influence you or anybody that you know. And Allah calls his schemes weak. So you don't fight fire with fire, or you don't fight fire by bringing your own fire, your own opinion. No, you fight fire by getting the biggest fan you can find, or by depriving that arena of oxygen. And the fire, as I say, goes immediately out. Just put a glass, something on top of the fire, on top of the candle. Watch what happens within seconds. You already know, because I'm sure you've done it in school. That was one of the experiments in science. All right. Oh, we cooking now. Not with the grease that Karim told you about. We're doing some natural heating up of things. All right. Now, in the Bible, it says that Jesus gave up the quote unquote ghost, i.e. breath, air. So it says when he gave up the ghost, that his head dropped and he said, "It is done." That's what Jesus is reported to have said in the pages, on the pages of the New Testament, that it is over, it is done, it is finished. He called it finished. They like to say finished in the King James Version of the Bible, because they know finish is connected to the Phoenicians. It's connected to those wayward group of linguists out of ancient Canaan, emergency squad of dogs who just turned their name backwards so that you worship them. D-O-G becomes G-O-D. And now we got them all over again, don't we? And it brings us back to dough. Hope y'all are having a good time like I am, but while thinking. The OJ said in the song Message to the Music, understand while you dance. So I'm doing a little boogie myself on the inside, but I'm bringing a lot of understanding to you folks on the outside. And I hope you appreciate it.
Oh, Al-Kabir.
Alhamdulillah. We thank Allah. So again, Jesus gave up the ghost, and they knew that he was on his way out because his head, as long as his head stayed up, they knew he had life inside of himself. But when his head dropped, and you'll see some of the crucifixes with his head like that, they knew he was out of here. But his head dropped only after he was given the combination of vinegar and hyssop. Vinegar and hyssop. And don't think it's an accident that they called a whole cultural group of people niggers. They have plays on words that you know nothing about. Say, yeah, those are the vinegar people. So let's look at what vinegar means, and you'll understand why they have applied it to a whole ethnic group of people. And beyond, actually. They got groups of people they call white niggas. They got South African niggas. They got all kinds of niggas in the world now because of what the word means. So giving up the ghost, giving up the breath, giving up the air, giving up the oxygen, giving up the HEIR, giving up whatever your inheritance would have been, you give it up on the cross, on the crucifix that Satan posts you to. Vinegar cuts the breath. Take a bottle of vinegar, some apple cider vinegar, and put your nose close up on that bottle and see what happens. Oh. Vinegar cuts the breath. And hyssop is an herb which lowers blood pressure. We spoke on this last week. I'm just refreshing your minds. It lowers blood pressure. Blood, according to Imam W. Deen Muhammad, is symbolic of your social life and its concerns. In the same way that blood distributes the nutrients from food and from the atmosphere, etc., it distributes those nutrients to all of the places in the body that Allah has designed those nutrients to go to and to get to and to assist and to keep alive. Well, your social nature And your social life and concerns are supposed to send the same type of help to those parts of the community, those parts of the society that need social assistance or that need governmental assistance. All of that is factored into this symbolic concept of blood, because blood represents the social life, the city system. You'll see it more clearly in a moment. The blood is protected mostly by the body's immune system. Karima mentioned that word immune in relation to the word iman. So let's dig a little bit more deeply into that idea. In the surah called Atin, translated as the fig, that's surah 95, beginning with surah 3. We're not going to read 1 and 2. These are the only ones that we need for now. Where Allah says, وَهَذَا الْبَلَدِ الْأَمِينَ, which means what? And this balad, this city of security, or this city made safe. Amin, Al-Amin, Al-Amin. And they said that was one of the names of Muhammad prior to Revelation visiting him. He was called As-Sadiq, the truthful, the honest one, and Al-Amin, the trustworthy one, because Amin has to do with trust and safety and security. And in ayat 4, Allah says, لَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ فِي. You see that madda right there? It elongates the sound of that vowel. So, لَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ فِي. That means pay attention. It's like a drum roll. So where's the symbol? Hit on ahsani taqweem. Laqad khalaqnal insana fi. Drum roll, please. Ahsani taqweem. We have indeed created the human being fi in the most excellent of organizational designs. Not mold. You know what mold is when it starts creeping up on the bottoms of your wall. Too much moisture in the house. They should have never said molds. The word taqweem refers to qaum and qiyam. So listen carefully. Balad, with its BLD consonantal connections, means city or town in the Qur'an. And the English word blood, with its BLD connections, in science is called a cyto as a prefix and the cyte, C-Y-T-E, as a suffix. Cyto, C-Y-T-O, and cyte, C-Y-T-E. And both of these words, balad and blood, obviously are consonantally connected. The word city, C-I-T-Y, comes from the word cyte, C-Y-T-E. The blood is made up of red blood cells and white leukocyte. Leuko simply means white. Leukocytes, these are your white blood cells that come to the rescue in the event of a 911 emergency situation. They are citizens, citizens, Zen. You know what Zen Buddhism is. They combine these languages to come up with these terms. They are citizens within your bloodstream. All of your cells represent a social society of cells, a community. The first community created by Allah for the human being is the community of cells. Begins with one cell, min nafsin wahida, if you will, and then it duplicates into two, and then it replicates all over the place. So your individual body is already a community We running around here trying to figure out how do we establish community life? What did Imam Muhammad? He didn't leave us enough hints and clues. He didn't leave us enough strategies, enough blueprints for establishing the community life that he said should. He left you enough when he left you the Fitrah. Thank Allah for a man like Dr. Bruce Lipton, who started teaching on the cells.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
Point that you made about the Fitrah. Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. He was the one that said in the public ear that your body's cells represent the original community. I believe Dr. Naim Akbar hinted at it in his early book, The Community of Self, if you remember that. So you are already a community. So why not just go to the fitrah of how your body's cells operate and distribute those nutrients so that every part of the body gets fed and satisfied? That's your blueprint for fitrah-based community life. You want Imam Muhammad to just resurrect from the dead and explain community life to you when Allah gave you the fitrah? And Allah said, let there be no alterations in his fitrah. Well, just go to the original community. How can you go wrong? The whole body began as one cell. So now if you're not thinking on the level of unity and tawheed, you're lost from the beginning. Ain't no use in even talking to you no more. Because you still want to be black. You don't want to be human. You still want to be Muslims are better than Christians and Jews. You don't want to be humans or humans and let their actions speak for themselves. You don't want to accept tawheed. You don't want to accept ahad or wahid, any of those terms in the Quran that represent operating as a united whole. You don't want to accept that. You still want to be Shia, Sunni, Ahmadi, this school of thought, Maliki, Hanbali. You still want to be all of that artificially divided stuff and think that you're going to be pleasing in the eyes of the Rabb who created you to be one, because it's a reflection of his oneness. And there's nothing out here to compare to his oneness, but he created you min nafsin wahida, from one essential, although interrelated, soul or essence. You got to find that essence before you can make any progress forward. Anybody who does not tap into it are going to be a part of what the Imam called the great elimination of the soul, the nafs, the great elimination of the soul. We're going to talk about that in a minute also. Please bear with me tonight. Still early. That's great. Let's continue. So you have citizens that represent your original community life operating within your bloodstream. The only time you run into problems in community life is when Allah designed you to do a particular thing because of the talents and the skills that he gave you or that he allowed you to develop, but you want to be some other part of the body. You see, the same cell that produced everything in your head in the leadership portion of the body, the same cell actually produced your toenail also and your ankle bone. You know you're better off as an ankle bone, carrying the community forward, establishing logic so that the community can grow intellectually. You know you're better off as an educator in the classroom. Why you want to be, president of whatever? You know that's not your thing. And for some of you, being a teacher in the classroom is not the thing. You know you're better off as a plumber. See, you have to find your niche and say, I believe Allah put me on this trail here. You ask Allah, Allah, show me what I'm supposed to be doing in this. And when he shows you, don't be going like, I don't want to hear that, Allah. That's not the right answer. No, you got to go with what they call the flow. And the first flow is called your bloodstream, where all of the sites are located. The cities, all of the cities live within you. Now, this is going to get juicy. Let me just knock this down to the next line, inshallah. Hold on one moment. I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, here we go. When Jesus was crucified and shanked in the side, by what they call the Roman soldier. That's just their symbolic way of saying that Rome crucified Jesus. What happened in Rome? Again, 325 AD, Council of Nicaea established the ideology related to Jesus not being fully human, but being part human, part God. That myth was invented and brought into Christianity and established during a series of councils held by the Catholic hierarchy, H-E-I-R, hair. See, they saw themselves as the heirs of the ark. Hierarchy, the Catholic Church's hierarchy in 325 AD and before that and after that, made sure that that particular myth became totally ingrained into the psyches of the people who saw themselves as believers in this particular religion. So when he was crucified and jabbed, if you will, given the jab in the side by that Roman soldier, the Bible says, quote, "and out came blood and water." Now, Imam Muhammad, that's an end quote. Out came blood and water, end quote. Imam Muhammad commented several times during the 80s especially, that although the blood contains water, that it would never run out of the body as separated entities. If you get a puncture now from a knife wound, or if you stick your finger, prick your finger, taking your blood for, testing for diabetes or whatever, that blood is not going to come out in two separate streams as blood and water. First of all, the blood is solid and liquid. You have the plasma and whatever else makes for the liquid portion of the blood. So if it had to come out separate, it's not going to come out with water being detached from the blood. That doesn't make sense scientifically. So Imam Muhammad said that this is speaking to the establishment of what's called the separation of religion and state, religion being the water component and state being the blood component. So they took that idea out of the New Testament and they copied and pasted it into the United States political documentation. Separation. They knew there was going to be a problem if the religion they were planning on presenting to the world. See, Catholic means worldwide. That's what the word means. Catholic means universal. They didn't plan on keeping this in Rome. They planned on roaming around the world with this particular ideology, which they knew to be a myth that they were holding above the heads of the people. Nefarious Muslim leadership followed the same scheme. We'll get to them in a moment. So don't think we're just juging with the Catholics. No. It means nothing bad about a person who believes in Catholicism. That's what you want to believe. La ikraha fi din. Let there be no compulsion in religion. Truth stands out clearly from error. You'll figure it out eventually if you just leave them alone and keep truth in front of their faces. So that separation of water and blood spoken of when they punctured the side of Jesus is speaking about the separation of religion, which is seen as water. That's why water is used so much in baptism, in wudu. It's not just the Catholic religion, I'm telling you. They sold that same scheme to Muslims also. Water, religion, and blood, the social life, social involvement, social engagement. So when you look at that depiction of so-called Jesus on the cross, you see the puncture wound right here on his right side, beneath his nipple, in the area of his rib cage, his RIB cage. Continue to listen carefully. Now, there's something incorrect about this picture. In the actual crucifix, you're going to see his feet overlapping, and there's only one nail piercing both feet at one time. It's not separate. Not sure who was looking when they were drawing this, but this is incorrect. Jesus was wounded at 5 points in his body. This is represented by the attack on the penta, which means 5-sided, gon during the 9/11 crisis. The pentagon, penta means 5-sided, pentagon. So what is that attack? The 2 separated hands, that represents 2 attacks, 2 points. The 2 feet together, as I just mentioned, represents an additional point. That's 3 so far. When he was speared in the side, as I just mentioned, that's another piercing or puncture wound. That makes 4. 2, 3, 4. And then the crown of thorns that was placed on his head right before they gave him the vinegar and hyssop that caused him to drop that head. Here is the fool that would be king of the Jews. Remember, Imam Muhammad spoke about that in his lecture, The Need for Leadership, classic lecture. They were mocking him when they put the crown on his head. Oh, we're creeping up on this conspiracy. So that makes 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 wounds. Here they are. 1 in this hand, the right hand. 2 in the left hand. 3, the puncture in the side. 4, 1 nail driven through both feet. And then the puncture caused by the crown of thorns on his head. With the blood, as Imam Muhammad said in that lecture, The Need for Leadership, dripping out of his head. Remember what they said about the Khalifa in the Qur'an? Are you going to make one who's going to make mischief and shed the blood? You don't think this is related? Allah is speaking to so many past scriptures and mythologies and nursery rhymes and everything else that these demons have come up with as logic. Allah has already spoken to it. If it has been important in our human collective life and identity, Allah speaks to it. He doesn't speak to minor things. He speaks to all of the major things that people have come into as belief systems. And Allah replaces it with his al-alamin, his systems of ilm, science. He replaces the myth with science. So Jesus was wounded at those 5 points of the body. This is symbolic of the attack on the human being's 5 basic senses, i.e. the human intellect. That's what all of these stories, bar none, are speaking to. The attack on the human being's intellect, first and foremost. And after they have wrestled your intellect down to the ground, they then go for your native born, innate intelligence. That's what you need to understand. The crucifixion of Christ is different than the crucifixion of Jesus. They crucified Jesus first. Jesus represents your innate intelligence, the common sense that you were born with. Pardon me if I didn't give it in the correct order a minute ago. But the first thing that they attack is your common sense. What did Imam Muhammad say in that same lecture? And they made him bleed, they make you bleed out all of your common senses. The second thing they attack is your ability to choose between 2 things: internal election, intellect. They go after the intellect. The intellect is born out of the observations made by your 5 senses in the environment. Your intelligence, the internal telling or communicating from the gens or the genes, that's given to you by your Rabb, by Allah. You're born with that in as a genetic property. Intelligence, that's how the baby knows how to suckle. That's how the baby knows how to cry, when to cry, how to respond. The parent is not teaching it that. How to feel good about being in a warm environment and bad about being in a, a cold or chilly environment, or loud noises, how to feel disturbed by that. That's all clocked into the intelligence by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But once the baby is born and those five senses become exposed to the environment, wow, that's when the baby's eyes, you see the baby laying on his back, his eyes just looking at it, listening, you know, when he can finally reach that hand and touch mommy's lips and breast and all of that, and whatever, you know, sit up and then, you know, hold her hand and learn how to walk. All of that is a part of what it is learning environmentally by watching what other people do, listening at how other people say stuff. That's the intellect. And this satanic scheme is designed to crucify first your common senses. And once they have your common senses wrestled to the ground or imploded, if you will, then they go after the intellect and what it is supposed to know in order to graduate from mundane, materialistically based concerns up to concerns that are most pleasing in the eyes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So when we leave this environment of earth and material thing, we will graduate into what the Quran calls al-akhirah, or Jannah, if you will. If you so-called Muslim and you're not feeling what I'm saying, you are dead. So it's a scheme is the point. And Allah says, fight the schemes of Satan, for his schemes are truly naif. They're weak. So if you're being wrestled to the ground by Satan's scheme, how much weaker are you that you're being beaten down by something already weak?
We hear you.
Alhamdulillah, and I feel you. So those are the questions that we need to ask. You need to guard over your intelligence, and you need to put up the proper safeguards against extraneous information coming into your five senses and adding to your intellect toxins and poisonous ideas. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. That's a part of that jugging of Jesus in the side. The Romans did that. That's not what Muslims do. We don't say because of the political climate, we no longer advocate this position. You know, we just, you know, go along, get along, go along, you know, whatever they say, go along to get along. That ain't the Muslim, that ain't the Quran. The Quran says that the majority will always be wrong. So you're looking for the majority. So, okay, well, instructor, you said do this and don't do that, and the Quran doesn't say, and the Hadith say, but you said don't do what the Hadith say if it goes against what the Quran says. But how you going to look? There's 1.3 million of billion, instructor. I looked it up in Wikipedia. There's 1.3 billion Muslims in the world. Most of them are following, you know, Allahu Akbar and ritual salat, but Allah says most people don't know. And the word for know is related to science. It means most people don't have the science to be able to determine whether they should do that or not, because they don't investigate language like we're doing in the NuNETICS experience. They don't investigate how things operate in Allah's Fitrah, which he said, do not disturb. Make no alterations on Allah's Fitrah. It is the Fitrah of Allah. Do not disturb. That's right. Not disturb. Pardon me?
Allahu Takbir, they don't investigate.
No. They don't have an investigative mind. Allah has to awaken that in us by saying, do they not deeply ponder the Quran? Had it been from other than Allah, they would have found within it multiple discrepancies. So when you find an ideology that contains multiple discrepancies, give it back, for God's sake. And go with something that has connection after connection after connection. And you're only going to find that in revelation from on high, because Allah knows how the Fitrah is interconnected. You can't see how the fire works with the water and how the air works with the land. You might not know how that works unless you're a scientist. That's what Allah means when he says most people don't know, because most people don't study on the level of science. All right, let's continue. So it's an attack on the human being's five senses. That's what the crucifixion of Christ represents symbolically. an attack on your 5 basic senses. And the very fact that these nails, they're really thorns, but they call them nails. The very fact that these nails go or penetrate beneath the surface of the flesh is indicative of information that we are fed that goes beneath the surface of our 5 sense observation, meaning it is what the social psychologists will teach you in the classroom under the title social psychology, but also under the title of subliminal manipulation of the mind. Sub, beneath the liminal, beneath the conscious threshold. They put that fabricated information and they plant it beneath the surface, and that's what has you fixed to their cross, to their crisis. And they do it for your actions, your hands. They stick it in your side because that's going to affect your heart's sensitivities. And they make sure that both of your feet have no mobility whatsoever. That's talking about your ability to think logically on the moral and rational level. You're fixed, you're stuck. You could graduate from Harvard with all kinds of degrees, but you're still going to church every Sunday believing in fairy tales. That's fixed. That's when the logic becomes overlapping and you don't know night from day. You don't know right from wrong. You don't know, as Imam called it, science from myth. He said we need to separate science from mythology. In Latin, the word crown, C-R-O-W-N, is pronounced corona. Sound familiar? The fabricated coronavirus, just as in the attack on the Twin Towers, it is symbolic of the attack on the human intellect's moral and rational thinking components. The attack on the Twin Towers is symbolic of the attack on the human intellect's moral and rational thinking components. Those 2 towers represent symbolically the same exact concept as the 2 legs of Christ being crucified and fixed to the cross. Your moral logic is fixed and can't move from that positioning. Your rational logic is fixed also. L-O-G-I-C, L-E-G, the L and the G are the clues. Logic, logos, which means the word, and leg, they're all related because it's your logic that is supposed to move you forward into progress. So that Latin word corona means crown, and the fabricated virus called coronavirus was an attack symbolically on what they were preparing as an assault on the human intellect's moral and rational thinking components. Look at how many people have gone stone buck wild, nuts in relation to this so-called disease. And you don't even realize that the medical word disease represents the crucifixion of Christ. We call him Isa, dis-ease, no more ease. The crucifixion of Christ, the crucifixion of Isa or Jesus represents the elimination of ease in your life. And from ease, we get peace or peace. They call him the Prince of Peace, Jesus. But there was no letter J 2,000 years ago. J is a relatively recently invented letter in the Greek language. There was no J. It was either I or H. So what we're calling Jesus back then was called the Isis. You see it, if you got good eyes, you'll see it up here in this little writing above the head of Jesus. It says I-E-O-U-S, Isis. Doesn't that sound close to what the Quran calls him? Isa. The Quran clears it up because Isa has a meaning. Maybe we'll get into that before we finish. I'm making these connections for you. If you have the patience and the capability to replay this, listen to it live, because that's when it sinks in and saturates. And then go back and listen to it as a study video, not as entertainment, as a study video. So the puncturing of Jesus's side is the puncturing of the body's lungs. Look at where that puncture mark is. Pay attention to pictures right there in the area of the lungs. It's the puncturing of those lungs. And the lungs are responsible for the air entering the body and leaving the body as breaths in and out, which the ribs, RIBS, are normally designed to protect. Somebody punch you in the chest, they can't just immediately do damage to your lungs because your rib cage is your guard. It's your protection. It's protecting that organ, that major organ, from being damaged. Your ribs are doing that. In the Bible, Genesis, the attack, we're still talking about attacks. The attack on the Twin Towers, the attack on moral and rational logic. And now we're talking about the attack on Adam in the Bible. That attack is an attack on his rib. Lest you forgot, I'm going to remind you, it says that Eve was created from a rib of Adam. That means that Eve was taken out of the side of Adam, according to this mythology. It's all symbolism. Tremendous amounts of science and wisdom in the symbolism, but they give it to you as literal fact, and that's why you have been dumbed down. Dumb means blood. That means that your common sense is being bled out, just like the blood coming out of Jesus's head due to the corona being pressed beneath the surface of his scalp. Beneath the surface, subliminal seduction is what killed you. So look, Jesus is wounded over here. Look at my cursor right here in the side. Look at where they got Eve coming from the same portion out of his side, from the rib. And they've been ribbing us all the time. It's speaking to the same phenomenon. Let's continue. Prior to crucifying Jesus, they first robbed him of his robe. So you see the R and the B being prominent in the word rob, as well as in the word robe. Follow the bouncing ball of consonantal connections. Man, if you haven't joined a NuNETICS experience yet, I don't know what you're waiting for. You know the doors are only going to be open for a certain amount of time, you YouTubers. You need to find a way to join. When it was time to smoke reefer and drink wine, people found the money. Hobo will find the money for some wine. You, in all of your dignity, should be able to find a few dollars, squeeze them together, and join NuNETICS, even if it's on a payment plan. So prior to crucifying Jesus, they first robbed him of his robe. I'm sure that the robbery rubbed Jesus the wrong way. The word Messiah in Hebrew and in Arabic means, quote, the rubbed or the anointed one. That's what Messiah means. Masaha means he rubbed a thing. He anointed a thing. That means they wanted to get it from topical, on top of the skin, to beneath the sin so that it, beneath the skin, pardon me, so that it would become a part of the blood system. That's what happens when you rub things into the skin. They become a part of the blood system, the balid that should be al-amin. So if you rub the wrong stuff into the skin, you could poison yourself. Ask any medical professional. So here they are in this depiction, robbing Jesus of his robe, the red robe representing the blood, the sacrificial blood of Jesus, the Christ, the anointed one, the rubbed one. In the Qur'an, we're about to go a little deeper now, pay attention. In the Qur'an, Allah says in the second surah, after saying Alif Lam Mim, we'll discuss that on another day, or look at my video called the meaning of, the true meaning of Alif Lam Mim, a wonderful discourse that I had with Winona Majid, our dignified learner. In the Quran, Allah says, ذَلِكَ الْكِتَابُ لَا رَيْبَ فِيهِ. Translated, that is the book, no doubt, la rayba, in it, fihi. Let's listen to this carefully. ذَلِكَ الْكِتَابُ لَا رَيْبَ فِيهِ. ذَلِكَ means that. Al-Kitabu means the book. La means no. Rayba is the word we're looking for. Rayba fihi, no doubt in it or in him. We could also say masculine. Al-Kitab is a masculine set of information. It's designed to do what masculine entities do. It's designed to penetrate you and deposit its seed so that new life might be germinated. Where? Within your intellect, buddy and buddiest. I don't know what the feminine word is for buddy. I guess it's still buddy. It's designed to penetrate your intellect and go into your soul straight shot, but not through an injection. Remember what Karim said? This enters your body by way of your nostrils and your mouth. Two natural airwaves created by Allah. It goes in through your intuition, your breathing, your nose. Something smells fishy here. You don't smell any fish. That's your intuition at work. Or you keep opening your mouth like children do, and you come back with answers because you kept your mouth open with questions. And that's how Al-Kitab penetrates you. It penetrates you intuitively and intellectually. Continuing. The word doubt, D-O-U-B-T, silent B again, is related to the words dub, D-U-B, and double, D-O-U-B-L-E. And it suggests an increase. See, double, I want an increase. Give me twice the scoops of ice cream that I asked you for. And dub, I'm in the recording studio and I finished my project and I want a copy of that. So I asked the engineer to dub me a copy, make a double of that recording. You get one, I get one, they get, you can do two or more as a dub. So there is no artificial increase. That's what the Quran is saying, la rayba fihi. They translated into English as doubt, and we've been able to trace the true meaning of that word using their translation into English. So doubt is related to dub and double, which means to artificially increase something, because once you double it, it's no longer the original, is it? So there's no artificial increase, meaning there's no exaggeration in the kitab. That's what Allah is saying. This is not, we didn't fatten this book up with myths. with incorrect data. We didn't fatten up al-Kitab for the slaughter to feed it to religious-minded people, hoping that they'd bite the bullet, get caught by the hook of our priests class. No, read it for yourself and you're going to find out that there's nothing in the Qur'an that's not already in the Fitrah, in Mother Nature. Now, the Qur'an itself, surprise, surprise, the Qur'an specifically can be artificially increased and decreased. The Qur'an can be robbed of its essential Fitrah-based meanings. I've been telling you that for months. In the old switcheroo that was pulled by the Persian scholars once the Muslims went into ancient Persia for conquest. They simply started mismanaging and playing okey doke with Fitrah-based Quranic words by substituting them for look-alike and sound-alike words in Urdu and other Persian languages. But what's called al-Kitab cannot be manipulated. It cannot be artificially increased. It cannot be artificially mismanaged in terms of what it represents, because what Allah is speaking to in the Qur'an, not as kitabun, now that's different, as al, definite article, the kitab, it cannot be manipulated or added to or taken from, because that kitab represents the essential cosmic writings contained within the ether, or what science calls the etheric realm. You gotta open up your mind to some of this super science. The Imam told you, you need to be studying metaphysics along with your physics, because that's where most of the meanings for religious language is being stored. So there is an etheric realm, and it's from the ether that the four basic elements that the Greeks discovered, and many others before them discovered those four basic elements. Those four basic elements are born out of the ether, A-E-T-H-E-R, sometimes just spelled E-T-H-E-R, born out of the ether. Ether is where they get the English word other, because it's the other element, the first element. They call it the fifth element, but it's really the first. Then you have your fire, your air, your water, and your land, in that order. Your fire, your air, your water, and your land. Ask any chemist or anybody who knows how the elements actually came into reality in this world. They'll tell you first the ether, and the ether, which is the overarching air, because all of these elements have to breathe by depending on its mother, called the ether. I hope you understand what's being said. But then it produced the element of fire. After that, air was produced to sustain the fire. After that, water was produced so that the fire would have something to intermingle with. And then after that, the land was produced so that the water would have a friend. And I told you classes ago that that's the true connection in the word hamd. The first word in the Qur'an, alhamdulillahi. The hamd is the property of Allah, is what alhamdulillah Allah means. And hamd, that H, is the heat of the fire. Put your hand in front of your mouth and go, ha, you'll feel the heat. Don't care what the temperature is around you, you're going to feel the heat when you say, ha, into your hand. The A in hamd, that vowel, is indicative of the open mouth, ah sound, air. That's how air escapes. And if necessary, you can breathe it in through the mouth. So you have the H and the A. The H is the fire. The A is the air, in the same order that I just described, being born out of the ether. Then the M, that letter meme, means water. So you have H-A-M, And then lastly, you have the ground, the land. See, D represents the land, the solid. So hamd is indicative of the four basic elements that are produced out of the ether. So when Allah says Alhamdulillah, he's also saying, not only saying, but also along with all of the other wonderful levels of wisdom, he's stacked and power packed into the Quran. And you still don't want to learn NuNETICS? You out of the little mind that you have left. You know who I'm talking to. I ain't talking to nobody who's with us today. I know it. I know y'all already. I'm talking about them people who keep saying, I don't know about Instructor Bilal. Man, Muhammad never said nothing about no ether. Ether is the other. That's all. It's just the other element that produced the other four, the subsequent four. So the hamd is the property of Allah. It is owned by Allah. Yes, the four basic elements are owned by the source creator, the evolver of those four elements, the sustainer of those four elements. That is what it's saying. That's why immediately after Allah points to al-alamin, all systems of knowledge carry references to these four elements on various levels. So water is not just water, it is also your emotional nature. Air is not just physical air, it is also your spiritual nature. Fire is not just physical fire, but it's the fire of your intellect and all of its, what we called earlier, your opinionated decisions. And D is not just physical land, it is everything that encompasses your material needs that Allah clocked into you. Don't be a hermit. Don't be a monk and live all the way out of society and, not engaged in the material world. So just like all four of those physical elements are the property of Allah, all four of those internal human qualities, see, your emotionality, your spirituality, your psychology, and your materiality, all of them are also the property of Allah, not you. They're the property of the source creator, whom the Qur'an refers to as Allah. So the Qur'an is different than Al-Kitab. And Al-Kitab is different than Al-Furqan. Our scholars have brought us all of these names as though they're just mere attributes of the same thing, and they're not. There are different layers and stratas that are connected to the source material that we now call the Mus'haf. That's the physical book called Al-Qur'an. Al-Qur'an is not a physical book. Al-Qur'an is a series of frequencies that enter into the persona, into the personality, and begin to shape you on the inside. That's what the Qur'an is. You're talking about the book, you're talking about what's called the Mus'haf. That's different. A new word, y'all. Investigate. Ask somebody. And kitab represents a book, but not a physical book, as we have been told. The kitab represents cosmic writings that are contained within the ether, or in what science calls the etheric realm mentioned earlier. This is the language of the cosmos itself, el-alamin. That's why it's put like that. Alhamdulillah, Rabbil Alamin. Systems of investigation, frequency signatures. It means all of that. It is pure and perfect communication from the cosmos to the human who has been chosen for this level of cosmic download. Listen carefully to the words that I'm choosing. Allah sends me these words. The Quranic word for this download that we're discussing is qiyam. All of you have heard that word who practice the ritual salat. Qiyam has been mistakenly mistranslated as standing. قَدْ قَامَتِ الصَّلَاةُ قَدْ قَامَتِ الصَّلَاةُ. We say, hurry and stand for the prayer. Qiyam, standing position. That's not what qiyam means. We're going to take you a little bit higher now. The Quranic word for downloading of information is qiyam. I repeat, it's been mistranslated as standing. That, my friends, is the Persian, the Urdu meaning for its sound-alike word in Urdu. Urdu has the word qiyam, but in Urdu, it means stand. The Fitra-based Arabic meaning is not standing, but settlement, or that which has become settled and situated. It means more to sit and stay still than it means to stand up. See, let me explain something. If you're standing for whatever as-salat means, as-salat is supposed to be a permanent fixture in your personality, that obedience that you're paying to the guidance of Allah, hudan lil muttaqin, that guidance. You're not paying temporary attention to the guidance. You don't recite the Qur'an, think about it for a couple of minutes, and then go on about your business and play the numbers and drink wine and whiskey and slap girls in the bar on the butt. Like they say the people who blew up the Twin Towers were doing prior to blowing up the Twin Towers. They said they got pictures of them in the bar, Muslims now, in the bar drinking and patting, you know, dancers, halfway naked dancers on the butt before they went and blew themselves up in the 911 supposed episode. That's not what qiyam means. Qiyam, I repeat, means settlement. You might say, well, how come we are standing? Well, all of you is not standing. Your head is in the same position as the head of Jesus when they said he received the vinegar and hyssop. It says his head dropped. Now, if you're standing there in your physical salat and you like this, or you like this, they're going to say, Akhi, humble your face, your head. You're supposed to be looking at the place of sajda, the place where the pineal gland is to settle, so that the blood that's circulating in the body can rush to the brain and fortify the brain with the nutrients necessary for more clear thinking. See, I get it when you talk about the physical salat, and there's nothing precluding you from doing that. I still make sajda. The Quran speaks about sajda, but not just for humans. Allah said that every creature knows its mode of salat and tasbih. So all creatures are doing salat, and all creatures are making what's called a tasbih. But if you don't know what those two things mean, especially as they operate as a union, then you're just practicing empty rituals. And Imam Muhammad said about your ritual salat, that anytime we're practicing rituals without understanding, he said it's the same as practicing superstition. Go ask Stevie Wonder if you don't know what I'm talking about. So it means settlement. When you stand, it's always for something temporary. Is your salat temporary? Allah says the entire creation is doing it all of the time. If salat, one of its meanings is to follow closely, to follow the guidance closely, like a horse follows another horse to the finish line. So you just doing that sometimes with the Quran? No, you want to do that all of the time. That should tell you right there that it's a settlement. That's what they call an established town, a settlement. Standing, I repeat, is always for something temporary. You're at the meeting and you want to ask a question, you stand up. Excuse me, Chancellor, I'd like to, or Mayor or Governor, may I ask you stand, and when you finish with your question, you don't need to just keep standing there. You sit your hiney down. When you're arguing with somebody and it gets heated, what do? You stand up. no, I ain't gonna let you talk to me like that no more in this house, right? I pay the bills, you know. But when you get a little more settled, you sit down. Because sitting is your default setting. Standing and outstretching yourself is your temporary positioning. When you're finished with that, when you're finished totally with that, you lay down. So Allah says, make the salat standing, sitting, or even laying on your side. See, I'm bringing you the logic and I'm following it to its logical conclusion so that it will work better in your life scheme. So qiyam, remember that it means settlement. I'm going to prove it to you consonantally through the letters that Allah chose for that word. It means to be settled and situated psychically, even if you're physically standing. The head is supposed to represent that settlement. Put your head down, it means you trust what's around you. So that is what qiyam is outside of you. Within you, qiyam represents the subconscious stretching forth of its emotional and moral measurements, meaning where you take your emotions and where you apply your morals. That's what qiyam is referring to. It's the way your subconscious has of I just lost the word that I was going to use, but Allah will bring it back to me, inshallah. It's the way your subconscious mind manages your emotional and moral mind. Because your emotions and your morals have measurements attached. That's what the letter meme also represents, along with representing water, waves in the water. It represents measurements. Every single M word that you will come across, if you start thinking about it, is going to have something to do with some form of measurement. Mountain, doesn't matter what it is, molehill, it's going to have something to do with some level, some stretch of measuring a thing, including the water. Whether it's an ocean, a lake, a pond, a cesspool, it's still falling within the rubric of measurement. So again, the word qiyam represents the subconscious stretching forth of its emotional or moral measurements. Let's look at the three consonants that form the word qiyam. It's the qaf, which means the sub. Now we're going into NuNETICS real, per se. This is from the NuNETICS book. The letter qaf, the Q, represents the subconscious mind operating in the back of the head, not the front, not in the conscious part, not in the frontal lobes that are making conscious decisions, in the part of the brain that once the conscious mind receives information and wants to memorize and hold on to that in the memory bank, it puts it in the back of the head. The back of the head is where the subconscious mind is located in terms of what psychology has taught us. So qaf represents the subconscious storehouse of information in the back of the head. When you want to remember it, you bring it forward, see, to the conscious part of the brain. It's here in the bank, in the back, qaf. You bring that qaf to the front of the head, the conscious mind, which is symbolized in the Arabic letter ra. Ra represents the movement of information. It's always moving. You're always thinking about something. Even if you say nothing's on your mind, if you're awake and conscious, you're always thinking about something, because you can't help but have that information move like the sun moves. The sun comes up and you might turn your head away from the sunrise for just 2 minutes. And before you turn back, it's, oh man, the sun is rising fast, or it's setting fast, because Ra represents the movement of the sun. That's why the ancient Egyptians called their so-called god Ra, and Re, a light, a drop of golden sun. Ray, a drop of golden sun. That was their meaning for sunlight and the movement of the sun, because the letter R, when you pronounce it correctly, like I just did, your tongue hits the top palate and it quivers, it moves. R, That's why it's called a liquid letter. Ar. It's beautiful when you understand it. So that's the subconscious. When you bring it forward to the conscious mind, you're going from qaf to ra, from qaf to ra. That's why Iqra has been translated as read, because when you read, you're merely bringing information that has been tucked very nicely, neatly into the back of the mind, the subconscious, and you're retrieving it and bringing it to the conscious mind for observation or for evaluation. Qaf, ra, Iqra, qa, ra, ah, qaf, ra, ah. You cut off, you read, and then you cease and desist with the reading after at a point. That's the ain, or the what's called the hamza. It cuts the breath. Qa, ra, ah. That's reading. It's amazing. Then the letter ya means stretching forth of the open hands. The stretching forth of the open hands. You see the African women out in the fields praising the sunrise. Those stretched out hands, you can't see it in my camera, but the stretched out hands, that became the English capital letter Y. It's the stretching out to ask the Creator for favors, but it is also the stretching forth of the hands that are situated to give generously. In any case, it has to do with stretching. Then the meme represents the churning of water in search of its equilibrium. That churning takes place in your stomach with the acids within. And the meme, first and foremost, as a part of your body, represents the churning within the stomach. If the stomach is fed, it's going to move those acids around so that it breaks that food down into complementary nutrients for the body. And if there's no food coming down the gullet, the stomach is going to let you know, based on certain noises you might hear coming from your belly, that you need to fix this problem. I need some food up in here. Nevertheless, those acids are designed to churn. What are they searching for? Equilibrium. We call it satisfaction, satisfying hunger, whatever, but that's your body's way of saying, I'm straight now. I'm straight. Right? So it's the churning of water in search of its equilibrium. Now let's look at this as we put it together. Qiyam, then, internally speaking, is when the subconscious mind is stretching forth in the giving of its properties, the giving of its information that it has collected. And the purpose for doing that is to create a situation of equality or equilibrium in the society. I'm teaching people by rote, by memory, what I know. This is what the griots were famous for doing in ancient Africa and ancient Asia and other parts of the world. The griots, G-R-I-O-T. That's where a related word is given to us in the Qur'an, Qur'an. I just mentioned it as the verb for he read something. That's so they say. They say it means he to read or he read something, Qur'an. The GR is the QR in Qur'an. The OT is the Ain or the Hamza sound in Qur'an. It's G-R-I-O-T, Gri'at or Griot, Qura'at. So the real readers in the time of Muhammad that were being appealed to with the word Iqra, the real readers were the griots. Muhammad, the prophet, who became the prophet, was a griot. He was a storyteller. He was one who had memorized information. He was one who had downloaded. Allah allowed him to begin downloading revelation. So he became the go-to griot of his particular day and time. And the people would come out and be mesmerized by his narratives, because the Qur'an was teaching people knowledge that they before knew not. Allama al-insana ma lam ya'lam. Taught the human being that which he before was not only not knowing, but incapable of knowing. Why were they incapable of knowing? For several reasons. The first reason is that the Qur'an presented narratives from places around the world that these ancient Arabs never heard of. Muhammad the Prophet never heard of these places. You got cities mentioned, Salih, prophets mentioned, nobody never heard of it. They weren't in the Bible. Actual factual stuff that happened in Yusuf's day that not covered in the Bible. So the Quran brought information that they couldn't have known. Scratching their heads in the middle of somebody's desert in the 7th century. It couldn't have known that. Only Allah could reveal that. The second reason why they were taught knowledge that they before were not knowing is because the layers of meanings, the substratas of meaning that are contained in the Quran could not have ever been revealed, could not have ever been deciphered by the human brain without the agency or the assistance of Allah. They would have just seen water as water. They would have never have been able to equate water with emotionality if scripture hadn't revealed that connection. They wouldn't have been able to equate air with man's spirituality, or fire with human intellect and its ability to burn down or to warm the environment, or the land and what it produces as mineral wealth. They would have never made those symbolic, abstract connections if it were not for the assistance of scripture. When you think about the word that they like to use when we begin to unveil their schemes, they call us conspiracy theorists. But look at the word conspiracy. It means plot. It also means to unite, to act in unison and harmony. Nothing wrong with that, right? It means to blow together, specifically horns. Horns. Now let's break that word down a little bit further. Cons means with. And you can either leave it as con and then go spiracy because it's talking about a spiraling effect. But they also break it down after the S where it's conspiracy. This is how the English language was developed. This is why they know where all of the secret tricks and trades of the language are. And it's the act of hijacking on the high seas or in a similar context. The taking away of a ship, listen, the taking away of a ship, this is piracy we're talking about, from those who are legally entitled to it. So you own a ship, you got the paperwork on it, and somebody comes and jacks you for your ship. That's what conspiracy means. So the true conspirators, the true ones practicing theft and robbery on the high seas of your emotionality, get it, are the ones who are calling you a conspiracy theorist. They are the ones who are conspiring and pirating your goods that they stole from you, and they're selling it to the highest bidder. The words body, with emphasis on the B and the D, and the Arabic word bait, with emphasis on the letters B and T, are related words. They are temporary abodes. The body is a temporary abode. You won't live in it forever. And your house is a temporary abode. You can't possibly live in it forever. So they're related words, and they refer to temporary dwellings, as are all BD and BT words in English or in Arabic. The letters D and T are called the dentals and are linguistically interchangeable. That's why in English we'll say, where's your father? And you'll have the TH sound, which is still the T sound. But in the West Indies, they'll say, where's your father? Right? In Africa, places in that, where's your father? With a D, F-A-D-A. but it's the same as F-A-T-H-E-R, and it's the same as, where's your padre in Spanish? P-D, right? Padre. Same thing, because it's pronounced from a region, one of 7 regions in the human mouth. It produces multiple sounds, but you can only pronounce sounds from 7 different parts of the mouth. Back of the throat, top 2 front teeth, top palate, you get it. Lips, front of the mouth, the S sounds, front of the mouth. There's only 7 of them. That's what makes NuNetic so easy to remember and study. Your 5-year-old can be studying this and getting to jump on the rest of the academic world. So the letters D and T being linguistically interchangeable means that words like boot, bet, bed, beat, and boat are all going to be thematically related, meaning the underlying theme. It doesn't mean the words are going to mean the same thing. It means that there's an underlying theme. So what's the underlying theme for these BT words? It is the idea of being temporary. When you put your boots on, it's because it's snowing or raining outside. And when you get home, what do? You take those boots off because they're temporary. You go place a bet at the racetrack. You're either going to win or lose. When the horses come in or whatever you're doing, the gambling table, whatever is the thing you spin around in the casino, is going to come to a stop. And you're going to either win or lose because bets are temporary. When you go to bed, that rest, that repose that you're taking is for a few hours, overnight or whatever, or until you've gotten your rest and your body feels like it's got some more energy. And you get up and you don't stay in the bed if you're not sick. You get up and you go to work. Bed is temporary. Your heartbeat is temporary. Trust me, one day that jammy is going to poof. It'll beat its last. Poof, 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 poof. And then you go flatline. You can be tapping on something as a beat. You're going to have to stop eventually. They say, and the beat goes on. Yeah, but not forever, Whispers, not forever. And you get on a boat, you don't get on a boat to live there. I don't care if it's the Queen Mary. You get on the boat temporarily, you reach your destination, you get your hiney parts off the boat. Now, the human biology body is your temporary ship, which allows you to navigate the waters of your own emotional and moral questions and concerns. Go slow. Your body is your temporary abode or your temporary SHIP, ship, which allows you, the individual, to navigate the sometimes stormy weather waters of your own internal, emotional, and moral questions and concerns. All moral questions are connected to your nervous system. It is the body ship which allows us to travel away from possible danger into areas of safety and security. وَهَذَا بَلَدِ الْأَمِينَ. And this city, this balad, made secure. Amin. All words in English which end with the suffix SHIP are related to connections regarding emotional and moral concerns and decisions you need to make when dealing with other people. When it's just you, there's no ship involved. What do you look like with just you and your little self or your little 2 or 3 family people on a ship? Why you got to be on a big old ship unless you want to be around a whole lot of other people? You can just have been on a boat, a canoe with just you and your wife and a child. You know, you didn't have to do it. Noah did. He was dealing with universal moral problems and concerns. So when you're dealing with other people, they attach the word ship. And if you know anything about Western law, they have what's called the law of the land and the law of the sea. You see. So in English, we have words like friendship relationship, worship, stewardship, apprenticeship, bipartisanship, scholarship, courtship, etc. All of these ships are addressing relationships that you have with people outside of your immediate company. When your concerns return, I'm about to go deeper, so pay attention, wake up. When you're, that was for the YouTube audience. I know all of you are paying perfect attention. I can feel you. When your concerns return to their material basis, once again, you are on the land, or you are at least on the port. The port is what separates the water from the land. The port is what separates the law of the seas, called admiralty law, from the law of the land. The port is the great separator. The boat comes into the port, so it comes off of the water, so to speak, and deposits its cargo or its people onto the land. When you're finished there on the land, you get back on the boat at the port, and you are then deported back into the seas of uncertainty. See, this is your life. Scripture is talking about when it mentions these things. Now, we're talking about leaving the land or your material concerns and embarking upon the sea, which means your moral and your emotional concerns. When Iblis started acting up, when he started, we call it acting up. When he started acting up, Allah asked him the question. He said, Ma laka. Now I'm about to drop something deep on you. Pay attention. Take it to your scholars. Take it to your imams, your shuyukh, your sheikh and sheikhers, and your muftis and your ustads and all of that. A simple question Allah asked Iblis. He said, Ma laka, translated as what's with you in common Arabic parlance. What's with you? Allah just asked Iblis, so I'm acting up and talking about what he wasn't going to do and what he was going to do, and he's going to surround this guy from before him, behind him, and Allah said, Malaka. Show you how deep the Quran is, how it's not just regular Arabic. It is the Arabic language infused with Allah's will and purpose. Malaka. Say that to yourself. Malaka. See, it's easy. Malaka. What is with you? What's up with you? We would say, what's up with you, man? Oh, what's up? Why are you acting like that? What's up with you? That's what Allah was asking Iblis. Well, what's up with you? If you look at Surah 15, Ayah 32, look at what Allah says. Al-Hijr, the rocky tract. No kidding. Allah says, Qala ya Iblisu ma laka ala takuna ma'al sajidin. Allah is saying to Iblis, oh Iblis, yeah Iblis, pay attention Iblis. What is your reason for not being among those who prostrated themselves in sajda? Malaka, what's up with you? What's your reason? So we should know already from the translation that Malaka has something to do with your ability to reason. And that's an intellectual processing, isn't it? The ability to reason. So this word ma, right here, ma, is an offshoot of the word ma'a, which means water. How do we know that? Because the hamd is the property of Allah, and the hamd represents the four basic elements, of which water is one. And a human being couldn't get an idea until he, she, they first investigated the Fitrah, the physical nature around them. So when the human being went to the seashore and he looked out into the ocean, the word ma as water was already in existence. So he's looking out at the water, and because he doesn't yet have an apparatus to help him go further into the water, He may see a shark's fin go up and down. He might see a whale's tail go up and down way out in the water, and he begins to become curious. And it's the curiosity factor in the human intellect operating in the environment that says, I'm curious. I need to know what that thing is, that black thing. I don't know what that is. Maybe I can eat it, you know, the human being. Maybe I can own it. That's the human being. That's his curiosity. So he begins to look around, and then Allah finally inspires his brain with a thought. Look at that frog leap onto that leaf, and look at how that leaf takes the frog further out into the water than the frog would be able to jump. If I could build an apparatus that could support my weight, like that leaf is supporting that frog's weight, maybe I can go further out into this water, this map, and discover new things that I can bring back to shore. That's the human being and his and her natural Fitrah-based thinking capacity. So he gets some wood and some other things and some bulrush or whatever, and he begins to experiment. Sometimes it works. He goes out, he sinks it, back to the drawing board, and he gets something stronger. And before you know it, he's got a little canoe, like we mentioned earlier. Before you know it, he's got ships sailing the ocean blue, right? That's how it begins. But what drove them to that? It was his curiosity. And whenever you're curious about something, it's because your mind is thinking or asking, what is that out there? What is he doing? Why is she doing that? So curiosity makes you ask the question, what and why? And what is what gave us the word water. They're all related. What? Water. And every question mark in the human intellect begins as an emotional and or moral concern. So it is the emotional nature coupled with the moral nature, which asks questions in an attempt to keep the human life clean and pure. That's why you ask questions. What is that? Is it going to harm me, or is it going to help me? Is it going to keep me clean, or is it going to make me polluted in my life? And you pick the better over the worse. That's what your moral nature is designed by the source creator to do. Now, these letters in laka, we already know that ma is the meme, which by itself means water. The letters lam and kaf mean towards the palm of the hand. Lam means to or towards. Alhamdulillah, that lam, alhamdulillah. The praise goes in the direction of, it goes towards Allah. Alhamdulillah, Allah, alhamdulillah. Lam again means to or towards. It's the shepherd's hook that he used to point to or towards safety for his sheep. Pull them out of danger if necessary with the hook end. Take the straight end and point it in the direction that he knows the wolves are not going in, to keep the sheep safe. So lam means to go towards, and kaf means the palm of your hand that secures things, that holds things. So laka, listen carefully, it means towards the palm of the hand. Now, what is it that you take and bring towards the palm of your hand, Mr. Farmer, Mr. Shepherd? It's your shepherd's goad, your shepherd's hook, which in and of itself is the letter lam. So the shepherd's hook in the hand of the shepherd is laka, towards the hand. But what is the hand indicative of also? 5 fingers, 5 basic senses. Oh, Imam Muhammad, rest in peace, in paradise, I'm sure. I'm not guessing about that. 5 basic fingers, 5 basic senses. You have a lot more senses than 5 that are related to one or more of these 5. So if it's the 5 senses, then it represents that which is secured via your 5 senses. What is that? Your intellect. Sip of water break. The only thing secured in your intellect by way of your 5 senses is knowledge brought in through conscious contemplation. So what is Allah saying? Now that you know all of that, when he asked Iblis, Ma laka, what is that you are consciously contemplating doing to this newbie that I'm in the process of creating? You little slick you. Well, what's on your mind? What's up with you? See, Allah was peeping his card, as we say in the street, right? Iblis, what's up? What's up with you? I mean, I already know what you're about to do, but I want you to know that I know what you're doing. Malaka. And just the fact that Allah attached ma as the question means that Allah was offering Iblis a chance to be morally right. Means water. I'm offering you a chance to move away from that churning that you're doing in your emotionality, not wanting to accept my decree. I'm offering you a chance to reach an equilibrium within your own being, Iblis. Stop trying to burn down the neighborhood with that fire. Just fire, be cool. So Allah, in that instance, was asking Iblis, what is that? Malaka, what is that in the palm of your hand? You know how that commercial asks, what's in your wallet? Well, that's Allah asking Iblis, what is that? What is that in laka, the palm of your hand? And it's sort of the same question that Allah asked Musa, except Allah asked Musa, what is that in your right hand, O Musa? Do you see how NuNETICS is able to bring together the logic of the Qur'an without even using the same words? See, you think Al-Qur'an bil-Qur'an means find the same word or a derivation of the same root of that word somewhere else in the Qur'an and stick them together, make them fit. And that's how you get your understanding. No. There's no such phrase in the Qur'an as Al-Qur'an bil-Qur'an. The scholars made that up. It helps in some cases, but that's not the hard and fast rule for understanding connections in the Qur'an. The hard and fast rule is to compare consonants with consonants. It's a sound related revelation. Qur'an refers to the sounds of the frequencies that these letters are making. And very often Allah is giving you words that are not actual words in Arabic when he gives you words in the Qur'an that are suggesting other ideas. We'll get into that at some other point. You'll learn that as you continue in this NuNETICS class and course. Allah says that the ones with the true understanding of the Qur'an, of the mutashabihat and the muhkamat, or the muhkamat and the mutashabihat, Allah says that they are ulul albab, another gem polished off for us by Imam W.D. Muhammad. Ulul albab, it sounds like it's saying ulul, original or first, albab, the door, the first door. See, that's how the ancient Arabs who weren't familiar with the language to this degree, that's how they heard it. Ulul albab. So they thought it has something to do with the door, when in reality, Qur'anic Fitrah-based Arabic is saying that albab is related to the word lub, not to the door, not to bab. There's no albab in the Qur'an. Bab doesn't even mean door. How about that? Another Persian invention. My goodness. But it's sounding like it's saying people of the original door. You know how Mr. Farad called us the original Black people of planet Earth? He called us the original man. He was using the same psychology. Man was deep. But he was in touch with those Persians also from India. He had exchanges with them, excursions and exchanges with them. So, Allah asked Musa, I repeat, what is that in your right hand, O Musa? And that's when Musa went to tell them, this is my staff and etc. And what do you do with it? I beat back the brush and I feed the sheep. I'm knocking stuff off the limbs that they can't reach. And in it are other usages. So said Moses. That's a strange answer for a question that the source creator is asking you. He asks you, what do you use it for? You give him a couple of examples and then you say, you know, and I do some other stuff with it too. So that's why Allah wants you. He wants you to stop there and say, why would he answer Allah like that? Because that's where the gems of wisdom are. But the fools who read the Quran, who don't believe it from the beginning, even before they open it, they go into it saying this is foolishness. This can't be revelation like our revelation of our dear Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. See, they go into it with that mentality and therefore they can't get anything out of it. Allah says with the Quran, he guides many, and with the Quran, he leads many astray, but none go astray, Allah says, except those who have a will. So you got to change your intent. You got to change your will for you to get something out of the Quran. It's that simple. Just make a readjustment in the heart department and you'll get plenty out of the Quran. Trust me. And I'm talking also to you who have been under the sway of the burden of Hadith literature. All you got to do is change the trajectory of your intentions and ask Allah to allow you to fall deeply in love with the Qur'an first and foremost. You don't have to ask Allah to divest your intellect of everything you've memorized from the hadiths. No, if you memorize all that and you think some of it is doing you good, hold on to that, but don't hold it here and hold the Quran there. As one dummy imam was known to say, that he believes the Quran and the hadith are equal. What kind of foolishness is that? How did you even become an imam with that kind of foolishness in your brain? How does that make sense in the Aql department? There's the Quran and there's the Hadith of men, and you are saying that they are both equal. So when I call you a fool, it's because Allah in the Quran calls you a fool. And they think they're fooling Allah, but Allah says they are only fooling themselves, but don't even know it. Again, Al-Baqarah. I pray for these people that they will come around into better sense. You know who you are. So, is it possible then that Iblis and Musa are related to one another? Allah asked Iblis, Malaka, which cryptically means, what is that in the palm of your hand? And Allah asked Musa, what is that in your right hand? Yamin, in your right hand. So that's a question for you people who like to study like that. Start investigating. Fire, which is what Iblis said he was made of. It wasn't Allah answering that question. It was Iblis answering the question about his own constituents. Not constituents, but his own. Well, I guess you can call them constituents, what you're made of. Yeah. He said, I'm made of fire. You created me from fire. Fire has no love for water, as you know. So Iblis didn't really get the question when Allah asked him, what's with you? What's up with you? Malaka. What's up with your morals? What's up with your emotional? Why are you being so emotional? Iblis, I asked you to submit with all the rest of these creatures readily made sajda. What's up with you? I know there's something going on in your emotionality, and I know you're having moral idiocy moments right now because you can't, your morals are screwed up. Okay? This is what Allah is saying to him in just that little phrase, malaka. So Iblis didn't get it. Iblis represents the passions which are sub-rooted within the instinctive drives. The serpent of all scriptures and myths, including the Bible, in the book of Genesis, who spoke to Eve and convinced them to eat the fruit, that serpent is just a symbol of your instinctive drives gone wild. The serpent in the Qur'an that was in the hands of, guess who? Musa, which allowed him to defeat the armies of Pharaoh. That serpent is also indicative of the disciplining of your instinctive drives. Remember, Musa was scared of it at first? When that staff, that lamb, that rod, when Allah said, throw it away from you. See, all of that is significant. In other words, I don't want this to be something that you carry with you all the time. I'm going to show you how to use a part of your psychology to be able to defeat your fiercest enemies. But you can't do it unless you get deeper scientific insight into how your instincts operate, because that's how your enemies are controlling you. That's how Pharaoh was putting the scare tactics on you, throwing snakes and rods and all that at you. He was manipulating your instincts. I'm going to show you how to take that power into your own hands and use it to defeat the fiercest foe ever manifested on earth. Fir'aun. Not all of them, just him. Don't give a black eye to all the pharaohs. There were many good ones who did a lot of great things, but I'm talking about that one of this particular time who was toe to toe, head to head, chest to chest with Musa and his hosts. That's why I brought you to triune brain, instincts, emotions, intellect. You have to learn this, people, if you're going to follow the gravy train that Imam Muhammad established for you in terms of logic and language. You got to know how you are constituted. So the word serpent means beneath serpent, the five, and the five is speaking scripturally to the five basic senses. The instincts are rooted in the unconscious mind. Remember now, you got three of these minds, three layers working for you. You have the unconscious mind, which control your instincts. You have your subconscious mind, which controls your emotionality. And you have your conscious mind, which controls your active intellect. Triune brain. I've introduced the fourth as the pineal gland, supra-intuitive mind. It goes beyond what your instincts can do and what your emotions can do and what your intellect is capable of doing. And it connects as a supra-intuitive faculty in the brain. It connects directly back to Allah's cosmos and cosmic awareness, so that your moves from that point on are no longer guesswork. They're no longer guesswork. You can wake up and live your day and say to the world what Imam Muhammad said a few years prior to him passing from this physical life. He said, I am in heaven and nobody can take me out of this heaven, because he had reached that level of pineal gland activation, but he couldn't tell you because you were still in Knuckleheadville with your ideas about religion. Amazing. But it's time to make a transfer of energies. And I hope you're on this train with me. Like I said, the doors are about to close. And people from around the planet are about to line up outside of NuNETICS Institute asking for a chance to learn for them. And if not for them, for their children and their children's children. It's already happening. If you know what I know, and some of you do, you know I'm telling the absolute truth. I predicted it for the past few years. I said, when I start talking to people outside of this little group, you had better been firmly rooted in this, because you'll be like the brothers of Yusuf. I told you that. They tried everything they could to bury him, to kill him, to lie on him, false blood, wolf blood, all of that. And at the end of the story, here they are with their hat in their hand, begging at Yusuf's table while Yusuf was there with his younger brother, who the Bible calls Benjamin. The Qur'an doesn't.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah. I don't claim that role at all. And I ain't saying I'm Yusuf like some of these other folks who want to convince you that they're Yusuf of the Qur'an because they were in prison. And I said, well, what reason were you in prison for? Was it the same as the prophet Yusuf? It's not. If not, you telling a bold-faced lie that you are like Yusuf. Anyway, tangent. It happens every now and then. Now, the instincts are rooted in the unconscious mind. Not the conscious mind, not the subconscious mind, the unconscious mind. And they can only respond robotically or instinctively, like the way your eyes blink and the way you breathe in and out. Your conscious mind is not fully in charge of that. It can take over temporarily, but your instincts that are connected to your instinctive drives and your unconscious mind and behavior, the way your blood flows and all of that, the way your body grows, the way your hair grows, your conscious mind is not dictating that you have an afro. The way your bones grow. How in the world does something as hard as bones grow? The will of Allah. Allah is in control of your instinctive drives. So when you allow the enemy of all mankind to take charge of your instinctive drives, man, the world of human beings are in trouble. And that's exactly what the COVID piece is all about. Tapping into your instinctive mRNA genes. Another sip is needed. We are going to replace the natural God-given mRNA gene, DNA, the companion to the native DNA. We're going to extract the RNA and we're going to throw that to the side, put that in the wastebasket, and let us insert this laboratory created mRNA, mitochondrial, the mother RNA, and put that in there. And it's an experiment. We can't tell them that it's going to really jack up their life. We can't tell them that. No, Igor, we can't tell them. We can only say it's an experiment and we can't be responsible for what it does. Sign on the dotted line and we're going to force it on you anyway, even though we can't tell you what it's going to do. And if by chance it messes up your life, causes defects, causes death and sickness and all kinds of horrible things to happen to you. Oh my goodness, we're not responsible. Remember, you signed on the dotted line knowing that it was an experiment. That's what we mean by stupid. I have to talk to you like this because I don't want to be held responsible by Allah. Why didn't you make it plainer than that, Bilal? Didn't I give it to you real plain? Yes, Allah. I failed in my responsibility. I'm not going to fail. I'm going to tell it to you whichever way I think it can get into your ears and into your system and change that foolish brain into an activated intellectual pineal gland, hopefully situated brain. I'm going to do my level best. So the instincts, they are rooted in the unconscious mind. And they only respond as robots. So if I, as an evil genius in the laboratory or in the government, a secret government or secret society or wherever I'm coming up with these inventions, if I can get something into you that can actually control the trajectory of your instincts. I can make you my robot. What is robot in a broader sense? It's called artificial intelligence. So COVID-19 is an anagram for certificate, C, of O, vaccination, V, ID, identification, 19. The numbers 1 and 9 are the letters A and I in the English alphabet, which stand, as you know, for artificial intelligence. So it's the certificate of vaccination identification, artificial intelligence. That's what they are, sticking into your arm and beneath your skin. So you'll be responding robotically. They can control those chips that they're putting beneath your skin and will put beneath your skin. They can control them from offshore somewhere. They can make you do things once you have that in you in a sufficient amount, that substance. They can remote control your thoughts, not to mention your actions. That's what they're not telling you. Oh, it's safe. You don't have to worry. You can find your children if they get lost, because we're going to put this chip underneath their skin. So if you're in the park and you're talking, and all of a sudden you turn around and your child is not on the swing, by God, we can just press a button and maybe they'll light up on the other side of the park, or, whatever. We'll find them though, because we got the Canine Squad out looking for them, the mechanical dogs now out there looking for them. We got robots that'll go retrieve your child. Don't worry about that. You just sit on the park and continue to shoot the breeze and chew the fat.
Just madness.
Yeah. Yeah. So when the instincts become altered, and remember Allah said, do not make any alterations in Allah's fitrah, in the creation wrought by Allah. Do not make any tabdeel. Do not make any artificial adjustments on Allah's fitrah, including the mRNA, unless I need to make that clear, including your mRNA. I'm not talking about don't get an earring piercing, or, don't get a tattoo. That ain't what Allah's talking about. You got cultures who have been doing that for a zillion years. Tattoos, bones through the nose, humans have done that. That's not necessarily altering Allah's fitrah. That's not what the Qur'an is talking about. It's talking about going substrata and manipulating your genes and your intelligence. That's what manipulating the fitrah means. It's not even talking about coming out with grafted fruits and vegetables. Most of the fruits and vegetables you have look dramatically better than what nature produced. You ever see a real banana? You wouldn't want to eat it. A grapefruit is a graft, right? You know that. We learned that under the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, that the grapefruit was a graft of an orange and a whatever, or, whatever. Yeah, all of that ain't evil. It's man's curiosity that does that. But when you start doing it for nefarious reasons to poison people, see, when you start spraying the fruit and the spray itself is toxic, now you're talking manipulation of the fitrah, because it's interfering with your natural ability to cope with that toxin. When you start talking about selling people poisonous tobacco to smoke, so that fire comes out of their mouth and toxins go into their lungs, and knowing that 10 years later, 20 years later, they're going to be in a heap of trouble. Whatever they call that disease, not eczema. What's the other one? That cigarettes cause, cancer, and all of that related stuff.
Emphysema.
Emphysema, thank you. That's right. They know that way ahead. That's the changing of Allah's fitrah. Allah calls it the slitting of the ears of animals. That's how they clone animals. So it includes cloning. That's altering Allah's fitrah. And if you clone yourself or allow yourself to be cloned emotionally, think about what I'm saying. You allow this world's schemers to clone your personality by forcing artificial emotions into your system so that you feel and respond like some other people that you're not. That's also emotional cloning. So when you're out there with your false wig, blonde wig, Beyonce or whoever you are out there, and in your mind's eye, you're seeing yourself as some European beauty, you black as my shoe and beautiful, but you want to slap a blonde wig on your head and a short skirt on, looking like a tutu, just to go out there and catch some male's eyes. You end up catching female's eyes, actually, but you out there trying to catch a male's eye. Well, the male you get is the male you deserve. You need to get some AIL from me telling you, don't do it. Sister, please don't do that. But that's how manipulated we've been. So it's not just a physical cloning, it is also the emotional and the psychological cloning, so that you are from one part of the world with one particular psychological and emotional makeup, but the influences that have been forced into your environment cause you to divest yourself of everything related to your culture, your naturally nappy hair and afro and all of that. And you be done with that. Straighten my hair, girl. I don't care if it burns my scalp. I need that relaxer. That's manipulating the fitrah of Allah. Not because you did that physically. No big deal. You're going out to the party, you straighten your hair, you want to look a certain way, you put curls in your girl's hair to graduate from high school. I'm talking about taking on the personality because you believe straight-haired people are better looking than you. You believe lighter-skinned people are better looking than you. So you'll bleach your skin until the skin falls off, thinking that makes you more beautiful. And most of these so-called stars, African-American, Bilalian, black, whatever you colored, I don't know what you, most of these stars are doing exactly that to make themselves more presentable, especially to white America that they believe has the majority of dollars. Not the majority of dollars, but they have no cents attached to those dollars. There's no dollars and cents. It's just the dollars. All right, let me try to finish here. So when those instincts become off-centered, that is when the emotional and the intellectual life becomes confused and misguided. The body ship has been taken away from the rulership of the individual, and it has been placed in the custody of secret societies who seek to own your body and control everything that comes along with it, i.e. your emotions, your mind, and your soul. When the body does not have an owner, it is no more than cattle. And that's how Allah refers to you in Surah 6 of the Quran, called El-An'am, the cattle. And in fact, Allah says the humans who become like this are worse than cattle, because at least cattle respond to the calls and the cries of danger. Emergency, emergency. The cattle will move, Essie, come on, let's get there. But the human will hear danger, see danger, a fist fight break out. He pick up his 3-year-old and run towards the danger. That's the cattle that the Qur'an is talking about. Allah never says anything disparaging about natural creatures. If he's using the example of an ant or whatever, and it does something crazy, it's because it's talking about the wayward ant behavior in you and in me. So the cattle sometimes have to be prodded and pinched and pulled into the directions of those who wrestle control. The body's biology is the beast, B-E-A-S-T, that is spoken of in both the Bible and the Qur'an. The body is made up of 6 protons, 6 neutrons, and 6 electrons. And this is the infamous 666 of the Bible's book of Revelations that labels some spooky creature as being the beast of Revelation. The beast of Revelation is nothing but your body on its own with no emotional and intellectual leadership over it, where you're just responding to your instincts. I want to eat more. I want to drink more. I want to play. All of that is in your instincts. I want to play more. I want to be silly. I want to be more silly. See, when you get into that life that's being dictated by your flesh biology, your biogeometry is dictating to you, that's when you're under the sway of the beast. And the Qur'an says that in the end times, there will be a beast that will speak to the human being. You're speaking about the same thing. That's why we're overweight. That's why we have alcoholism as a problem. That's why we have fentanyl as a problem, because the biology is being hoodwinked through the dissipation of the mental faculties and through the screwing up of how you should feel about things that are out to kill you. Welcome them. Welcome. Pick the baby up, run towards the danger. Baby gets shot. Guess whose fault that was? There is information which is communicated so that your conscious mind can perceive it. And then there is a more subtle level of information which is designed as an implant into your subconscious mind. Biogeometry, as postulated by Dr. Ibrahim Karim, is addressing both aspects of the mind in a way which allows you to purge the subconscious negative thoughts in a way which frees you from the burden of negative energies. Now, if you don't know what we're talking about when we mention biogeometry, scroll back on YouTube and go back to parts 1 and 2 so we don't have to revisit them and waste time in this session. You must first, let me just knock this down a little bit. I'm sorry. You must first be made aware of the life force within you, so says Dr. Ibrahim. He speaks about the life force within you. And he said that you, in order to take advantage of what he calls the life force, he said you have to be made aware of the life force. Now, this is exactly what was said by Imam Warithuddin Muhammad, but in other words, Imam Muhammad said that in order to benefit from Allah's Fitrah, the world of natural creatures and natural patterns in creation, and recognize how they operate within you, how they are to serve your interests, Imam Muhammad said you cannot benefit from the Fitrah until you first become conscious of the Fitrah. He was saying the same thing that the doctor here is saying. You have to first be made aware of the life force within you. Most people don't even identify with an energy source within themselves. That is when the unconscious activity operating as unconscious impulses, what we call instincts for survival, that is when they will be once again under your control. That's the whole key to your survival in these next few years. Trust me implicitly when I share this with you. If you are not aware of the tactics necessary for wrestling the control of these thieves and robbers, these social conspirators and demons and devils that have actually taken control of the entire planet of human beings as we speak. And they've done most of it in the last 2 to 3 years. They've been working on it for decades, incrementally building up, swine flu, building up. All these different flu, Spanish flu, all of it. You think they're separated and isolated when they're all a part of a continual scheme that has continuity attached to it. You're just at the end of the scheme because they know their time is running out. So now they have to rush things, rush a vaccine. Oh, we don't have time to test it like we normally would do for 10 years. We don't have 10 years. People are going to be dying all over the place. Did you see people dying all over the place, except what they told you in the news was taking place in hospitals? You had reporters that said, okay, in New York, Brooklyn hospital, whatever, they said people were lined up outside the doors. People couldn't get in. There were stretchers of dead people in the backs of the hospital, in the backs of trains and trucks. And the reporters went there over the next 2 or 3 days, and they said they could hear crickets in the lobbies of these hospitals. How do you explain that? I can explain it. Liars. That's how I explain it. You find your own words. You saying there was no sickness? I know people who died in my family. No, I'm not saying there was no sickness and no death. It wasn't in the proportion of number. And they went on later to say, we kind of inflated the numbers. But who's going to read that?
Right.
365 days after the fact.
Right.
And it's not on the front page like the bad news was. You can go right now into the CDC reports. I'm not going to do your homework for you. I told you that. You know how to spell CDC. Go to their website and start looking through their documentation, and they're telling you that they lied in sophisticated manner. We lied. That wasn't the truth. Fauci said, yeah, I didn't tell the whole truth about the numbers of people who were dying. He said, because I didn't want the people to panic. I wanted the people to accept the shot. So I inflated the numbers. What kind of foolishness is that? He said, I know the masks that we're advocating, they don't work. This is what Fauci said. You can find it right now on YouTube. I know they don't work, but the people feel safer with them on, even though we know that the diameter of the holes in these standard masks, these blue masks that they're wearing, we know that the virus can get through those holes like thousands of times through each hole. The virus is so minute, it can fit through one of those little holes thousands of times. We know that, but the people feel comfortable believing that they're being secure. So you're still out here 2.5 some odd years later with a mask not only on your face, on your grandfather's face, who's 90 something years old, gasping for air beneath the mask, in the sunlight, they said sunlight over 70 degrees is supposed to kill this jamming. And you got grandma, grandpa, and grandson and granddaughter out there 3 years old with a mask on. You're conditioning their brains to worship fear. And fear is the quickest thing that will kill you. Believing that something is going to happen to you, even though there's nothing happening to you. If you feed your subconscious the idea that it's out to get me, it's out to get me, guess who? You will be a statistic. So stop it already. Fauci told you months ago, no more need for masks. Why are they still out here? They believed him when he said you needed it. How come they don't believe him when they say you don't need it? Did they not hear him say that? Well, you heard it through me. And it's on any available YouTube channel where he's speaking on that subject. He said the masks are no longer necessary. The sanctions have been lifted. And these foolish people in various so-called races are still suffocating themselves by breathing back in what should be let out for the plants to breathe. You're supposed to breathe in oxygen. When you have the mask on, you're breathing in oxygen. And because the air that you're breathing out can't escape because of the mask, you're breathing back in the toxic stuff that is supposed to go out as carbon dioxide to feed the plants. The plants breathe out oxygen for humans to breathe. And the humans breathe out carbon dioxide so the plants can continue. It's a reciprocal relationship that we have with the Fitrah. They interrupt the Fitrah. Do not make any interruptions and alterations in my Fitrah. So says Big Boss Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So you say you're doing it in the name of God. I just want to live. And you're cutting your life short with each gasp. And you know your gasp. I'm watching imams on YouTube still with masks on their faces for Jummah. The audience is 2 messages away. They're all separated by at least 6 feet. And this jammy is still wearing a mask, trying to give a khutbah, and you can hear him gasping for air. I'm not mentioning any names. I just hope it reaches them and they understand, damn, that's me he's talking about. Man, okay. Oof. I don't need this anymore. I didn't get that memo. I can't hear half of what he's saying. Yeah, I'm going to embarrass you because you're driving our people further into stupidity and foolishness. Don't have time to be sweet and nice and cozy with you anymore. And don't let Karim get to you. I'm being nice. My family should have been the first ones dropping dead because none of my family, children, cousins, but I'm talking about the ones who are here with us, all of my children, basically, all of Karim's children. We've been here for 2 years, breathing in, breathing out, going out in the public, going into supermarkets, going outside, driving in our vehicles and so forth. And we got symptoms that were typical of annual flu symptoms, or actually none of us got anything that was as bad as the average seasonal flu. We had that's how I know they're manipulating it, because we had symptoms. We might have been tired or had body ache. I never even dropped a piece of snot up my nose, excuse the expression. I didn't even have a cold through all of this. But I had a situation where, you know, when I walked up the stairs, I felt tired. I get that. But those are flu symptoms. So we didn't even get the full-blown flu because we know what to do when colds come. We know about colloidal silver. We know about these other things that you can take in advance of an oncoming disease or seasonal something or other. We know what to do. And it's those of you who don't know what to do that need to continue listening to this channel, because we can also tell you, and we'll tell you in the near future, what to do, even if you have gotten the so-called JAB. The body is remarkable when you treat it well. Allah instructed the malaik, the angels, to submit to Adam in sajda. And these conditions in the weather, these conditions in the atmosphere, they are a part of Allah's army of angels, and they submit to you only when you follow the protocol of what Adam is supposed to represent. You do that, most of your difficulties, your illnesses, your problems can be wiped clean. I'm telling you what I know, what I have experienced. Most of it is right here. How you think determines what you bring to you. What you think about all of the time, what you give your attention to expands. That's physics 101. You want to be sick, thinking that you're sick or will be sick. Now, I'm not talking about your average people who catch a cold, catch a flu, or catch something that's strange that they haven't had in I don't know how long. I'm not saying they brought that on themselves. I'm saying that when it comes upon you, if you start thinking it's going to do serious damage and kill you, you are aiding and abetting that disease. Someone trying to say something, or someone's phone?
Instructor Bilal, the placebo effect that they tell us about is actually them telling us that what you're saying is absolutely true.
That's right. So Google that, placebo, if you can spell it. I know Iblis is hiding in that word. But Google PLECEBO, I think, effect.
PLACEBO.
Say it again.
PLACEBO. Placebo.
Got it. And then there's something called the nocebo effect. Google Dr. Joe Dispenza, DISPENZA. Google Dr. Bruce Lipton, like the tea, and listen especially to Dr. Dispenza as he explains the placebo effect and the nocebo effect. In fact, that's more Dr. Bruce Lipton than Joe Dispenza. Listen to both of them. Find those little 30-minute ones. You know, they like to give lectures like me in 5 and 6 hours. I listen to them because I have a tolerance for that length of time listening to wise people speak. Some of you will sit down and listen to a concert that goes 3 and 4 hours and the artist hadn't said anything. So don't tell me that you don't have the time to listen to Instructor Bilal's lectures because they're 3 hours long. You listen to foolishness longer than that. I'm talking about in a row, hours, sitting on the corner, not you, you know who I'm talking to, sitting on the corner, wasting time, right? What that song say?
You said placebo and the other one was nocebo?
Yeah, NOCEBO. It might not even be in the dictionary yet. Placebo is, but nocebo is a recent addition to that medical language.
It's Professor Google has.
Oh, okay, great, great. So just Google it and you'll come right to it and they'll probably have their videos attached to it. Yeah, that's the kind of research I'm talking about. Thank y'all for jumping right on that. All right, let me try and wrap up here. I know I'm going to have to do a part 4, but let's finish this section. So again, Dr. Ibrahim says that you have to first be made aware of the life force within you. That is when the unconscious activity operating as unconscious impulses for survival will be once again under your control. And that's the key. Bring your unconscious instincts under your control. You can eliminate just about any disease except imminent death, meaning you're, 4th stage or something like that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the normal run-of-the-mill sicknesses and illnesses that we get, even if you're getting them from the jab, is what I'm saying. Now, I'm not a doctor. I'm not saying that I'm giving you any kind of medical advice. Don't take my advice. Fall sick, fall ill, and then talk about the instructor said I was, but no. I'm not saying that. I'm saying investigate it for yourself. Start Googling these things. Just like some of you did. You started Googling placebo, nocebo. Oh, here it is. And then you make your own conscious determination as to what is best for you and your family. I'm not the one to make those choices. I'm not a medical person. I'm not a doctor. And I'm not willing to put my reputation on the line for you who might have done what I said, but you did 20 things that I said not to do. And that's the reason you're in trouble. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know how you're living. So I can't account for your choices. And I'm making that clear from the outset. All right. Don't do that. Follow your common senses. That's what they robbed you of. Listen. The Hindus refer to this breathing as prana, P-R-A-N-A, and they have incorporated it into yoga practices, the breathing. What does Allah say? When I have breathed into him of my ruh, then make sajda. So the breath is very important, along with one other concept that we'll discuss in a moment. Prana has been in existence as a concept for thousands of years amongst the Hindu Vedic scripture people. And even before that, in connection with certain parts of Africa, like ancient Ethiopia, they had this science. And I repeat, they incorporated it into yoga practices. And yoga is a practice that began on the African continent, in case you didn't know, not in India. It began on the African continent, where Bilal is said to have lineage. Abyssinia, Habashi, so-called Ethiopia. They were teaching these sciences to people around the world several thousand years ago. They even went into Egypt and gave them a little taste of something called wisdom. Ethiopia was the go-to place for scholarship back in their day. Look at their positioning now in the world, the poorest nation next to Eritrea, which is right next to them, the poorest nations on earth. But they vowed not to take assistance from neighboring multi-billionaire nations that wanted to come into Ethiopia and establish their educational system. The president, the relatively new president, I believe he's a Muslim, he told them, La, Sorry, no, we don't need we don't need you coming in and establishing our educational system. No, we'll make it on our own. So he commissioned that volunteers and government people go out, find every homeless person on the street and give them a bath, a shower, a new set of clothes, and a decent haircut. Now that's a human. They automatically started feeling good about themselves. Now they look like the average prosperous person in Ethiopia. See? And he said, we will find a way to establish our own educational system. And you know what rang in Instructor Bilal's pineal gland head?
Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad.
No, no. What a wonderful place to establish a NuNETICS institute.
NuNETIcs, yes.
The Nation of Islam was still based on that robotic, unconscious motivation, playing on your instincts.
No, I meant we do it ourselves. That's what I meant.
No, I got you, but I don't want anybody else to be misled by the words that you used. I don't point back to the Nation of Islam except to say, Alhamdulillah, we escaped. And I know a lot of you got a lot of investment in the Nation of Islam days, but you need to listen more carefully to Imam W.D. Muhammad speak about those Nation of Islam days. He said, don't treat the Nation of Islam as though it was ordained by God. He said it wasn't. He said we could have done without it. It was a scheme. He said Farad could have found 1,000 other ways Islamically to do what he did without using all of that terminology. The white man is the devil, the black man is God. Do you know how much mess up he left in his trail? Just that somebody would come behind him and try to fix it. And Imam Muhammad spent 3 decades trying to fix his language when Imam Muhammad could have been busy doing greater things, in my estimation, my opinion. So no, that's why I wrote the book From Cult to Cultivation, so you could see clearly what he was working with and what was working against his initiatives, including people in his own employ, his own imams, his own community people, to the point where he had to wrestle control of the CPC from everybody he gave control to. And he said, I'll have to be the sole person in charge of your money. He said, so I don't want you to send it to this guy or these people or this group anymore. I need you to send your money to me. Now that's valiant on his part, but it's dangerous in that when he died and he was the only one in control of the money, now other people have access that you don't know who they are. See, so you can't base what you're doing on a system that is dependent on robotic practices, is my point. You have to base it on a system that is established on an appeal to the human intellect and to human goodness in the form of thinkers, not feelers. You have to appeal to people who think for a living. That's all.
Alhamdulillah, and that's going to the Fitra. Praise be to Allah.
Yeah, it's no criticism now against anybody who loves I love the nation. I love Elijah Muhammad. Clara Muhammad. Oh, you're about to see something in Atlanta on Friday night. You're about to get a treat. You're going to have the stage play we did, Brother Imam, the audio version, with my multi-pictorial depictions of those people, those times, and all of the relationships they had. You're going to be treated to a 2-hour extravaganza of information because we're doing Brother Imam that Friday evening when we roll up into ATL. So you won't be able to walk away from there and say, Instructor Bilal is an enemy to our history. No, you don't like Imam Muhammad. He's changing with him. No, I'm not. No, I'm promoting Imam Muhammad harder than all of you together. And y'all know who I'm talking to because you don't even mention him in your khutbah or not even in your ta'aleem. You mentioned W.D. Muhammad, most of you. You're too busy mentioning Bukhari, Muslim, Abu Dhabi. You're too busy mentioning all of these heroes and sheroes of the Arabs.
Imam, you said that Father Muhammad should have gave it to us unadulterated. I don't think we would have listened then like they're not listening to you today.
It's all right, though, because Farad Muhammad worked with what he had, and I don't know what he had. I only know that he wasn't talking the Qur'an. And if he was, it was so coded that by the time you get finished decoding it, then you got to sweep up the rest of it. And that's what Imam Muhammad had to do. He came with his broom and his dustpan. And then he had to bring a hammer and start chipping away at stuff. And some stuff he just had to get rid of altogether. If you want to go to Mecca, you got to go bring in 4 devil heads. What kind of stuff is that to tell people and you're a Muslim? And you know the people that you're talking to are so ignorant to the language that devil means white person. You said take 4 devil heads, bring 4 devil heads, and you'll earn a free trip to Mecca and a button to wear on the lapel of your jacket. But he wasn't talking about 4 physical, so-called white people's heads. He was an esotericist. He was a mystic. The 4 devils he was talking about were the 4 lowest of your 7 chakras. The root chakra, which controls your survival instinct. The sacral chakra above it, that controls your wanting and desire of relationships, sexual intercourse, those kinds of things. That's your 2nd chakra. The 3rd chakra, that ego we spoke about in the solar plexus. And the 4th chakra is the middle chakra called the heart. Now, when all of those 4 become contaminated by incorrect information, they become what he called devils, or grafted, because they're not in their original form. Those were the 4 heads of devils that Mr. Farad was speaking to. And he said, if you bring those in, meaning discipline them, bring them before us, then you'll get a pin to wear on your lapel. Where is your lapel? It's near your heart. In other words, this is going to purify your heart. And you'll also win a free trip to Mecca to see Brother Muhammad. He didn't even call him Prophet Muhammad. He said to see Brother Muhammad, that he pronounced as Muhammad. Does that sound like a man who has respect for Muhammad the Prophet? So you have to understand also that he was a part of a scheme movement coming from out of that part of the world to this part of the world that was trying to reconstruct Islam according to his imagination of what Islam should be. W.D. Farad did not bring us towards the Qur'an. Imam Warathuddin, that W.D. Muhammad, brought us into the Qur'an. I don't hear any questions about that, but that's true.
That's real.
W.D. Farad, in my last words on him, he said so very little about the Qur'an in all of his many, many lessons. These lessons, that lesson, these A, C, B lessons, D lessons, you know, he said so much in those lessons, but he said very little about the Qur'an. And when he spoke about it, he called it Qur'an Sharif. Now, if you don't know his coded language, you're not understanding why he called it Qur'an Sharif and spelled Sharif incorrectly with 2 F's at the end. There's no 2 F's at the end of the Arabic word Sharif. He said he was from Mecca. He wasn't from Mecca, the land Mecca. If he was from Mecca, where did he get the word Shabazz? That's not an Arabic name. That's a name out of India, southern India. They got streets named Mecca in Pakistan right now. So you can't answer all of these questions, but you still want to argue that he was from Mecca, he was an Arab. He was all of that only symbolically. So that's why Imam Muhammad asked that Allah forgive him his sins and his shortcomings. And with all of what he did to corrupt the pure concept, to be honest with you, he didn't do any less than what the average Arab scholar has done to Islam by introducing all of these false traditions into the world. Mr. Farad was just trying to make a correction on their misstatements. And he thought he had to use that kind of sly logic in order to help, tilt the balance back in the other direction. But I'll tell you, last thing about Mr. Farad, and I'm going to teach deeply on him on that Friday when I come to Atlanta. I'll just say this. Mr. W.D. Farad was on another frequency. And this is why I believe Allah will forgive him. Mr. W.D. Farad, Wallace D. Farad, Fard, F-A-R-D, was on another frequency. You have to understand that the human being and the human brain operates based on frequencies. And you also operate in the created world of material dynamics. You operate also on dimensional levels. In this world, we say that we are in the third dimension. All of you have heard that, right? We live in the third dimension of reality. 3 dimensions, height, width, depth. That's how the average human being lives and operates. But science will also tell you that there's a 4th dimension and a 5th dimension and beyond. But those are the main ones that they say humanity is now evolving into. This is so beautiful when you understand.
Make it plain.
Oh, this is so beautiful when you understand it. Now listen, we're all basically living in 3rd dimension, but I told you the seasons have changed. This is now no longer the age of Pisces, the 2 inverted fish going against each other, going in opposite directions, white man, black man, male, female, going in opposite directions. And we've been doing that for the past 2,500 years. Now we're in another season called Aquarius, the water bearer. Water means truth. Water means the purity of moral thinking, that which you wash yourselves clean and pure with. Water, water. So look at what I believe Farad represented. He represented a transition that Allah allowed to come into play. And it wasn't just Farad who was on this frequency. We are on 3rd dimension frequency. Mr. W.D. Farad was on 4th dimension frequency. I'm going to repeat that. We, in our interaction with the world of material dynamics, we are on the 3rd dimension. Above the 3rd dimension is the 4th dimension of reality. So there's an extra dimension working there. They say that many animals are on the 4th dimension. Dogs, cats, they see things that you don't see. Oh, he's jumping up at the wall for it, Mr. Cat. Well, he does. You look at his pupils. He doesn't even have the same eyes that you have. You got dogs that can hear stuff, dog whistles that you can't hear, right? See, they're on the 4th dimension. You got dogs that get lost across the country and sniff their way back home, even though they went across the country in a vehicle where their feet never touched the ground. You got people who can think about people in a different area of the country and be hooked up to an electro, whatever they call that, where it can measure your heartbeat, right? And they tell the person who's 3 cities over to think about something, and that thought registers on the machine 3 cities away that's connected to your finger. So you have powers and abilities that have yet to be established. That's what we're calling 4th dimension. And I believe that's the dimension that Mr. Farad was on, with all of his talk about communicating with the people on Mars and, all the stuff he spoke about, the knowledge that he had about how the moon got separated from the earth. And a lot of it was symbolism for sure, but some of it was 4th dimensional technology when he talked about the mother plane and the baby planes. And he was way above the pay grade of the average person. That's why Imam Muhammad said that this world, the Western world, studied Mr. Farad, and that's how they came into the bulk of their more sophisticated sciences, studying his language. because his language was not third dimensional language, it was fourth dimensional language. And I'll say this as a note, an end note on his presentation. I believe, can't prove it, didn't ask Imam Muhammad about it, so don't go around saying that Imam Muhammad said this. No, instructor Benjamin Bilal said this as an educated guest. When Imam Muhammad referred to him or started to refer to him, and this is right around the same time that he said we need to go back and study his lessons, because there was much more there than met the eye and that we missed because we were too caught up in the physical and literal of what he was saying. He said everything he said was symbolic, including the eating of bean soup and burnt toast. He said all of it, not some of it, not most of it. He said all of what Farad said was symbolic and needs to be interpreted. Now, what level was he speaking on then? He was speaking on the fourth dimensional level. And I believe, which is what I was going to end with, that when Imam Muhammad referred to him or started to refer to him as WD-40.
Yeah.
Remember that, just raise your hand, right? He started to refer to his father's teacher as WD-40. Now, with the help of NuNETICS and consonantal connections, Allah gave me the answer. That the 4T, what letter interchanges with T? D, right?
Me.
So what I believe he was saying was not 4T. I believe he was saying WD-4D, as in fourth dimensional.
Alhamdulillah.
Those are part of the hints and clues that he left. Now you can take it and run with it, as I'm doing, and finding more and more proof for what I'm supposing, or you can just leave it alone because it doesn't interest you. But I'm telling you that that man, and all you have to do is do a cursory inspection of what the fourth dimension, because they never talk about the fourth. They always talk about the third dimension and then the fifth dimension.
They can't see.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they always leave out the fourth dimension.
Can't see it.
However, Imam Muhammad said, and I'll conclude on this and then pick up in another class for part 4. Part 4, huh? Okay. Now, Imam Muhammad said in a lecture not that long before he passed, I'm praying that Allah will put that lecture back in my hands. I think I heard it on a radio broadcast, but he said, we are about to sit down at the table of the fifth dimension. Yeah, some of you heard it. He said that it is a round table. And he says other very important scientific things in that same lecture. That's when he mentioned the positioning of America as being steered by the energies of the big shaitan, the big Satan. He says Satan is in other parts of the world, but he's not as entrenched as he is in America, because America's got a little of everybody. And he wants to line those, this is my language, he wants to line those balls up on the pool table or line those pins up on the bowling ball game. And he wants to knock as many of them out as he can. That's where you are now with the COVID piece. That's why America is as entrenched in this scheme as it is, because if he can get America, he's got the world. One shot. So keep that in mind. He said it is a round table. That means spiritual. The fifth dimension is a round table. And trust me when I tell you that the activation of the pineal gland, that third eye, and the energies between the third eye and the pineal gland itself, the 6th and 7th chakra, that's your round table. The chakras themselves are wheels. When Farad spoke about wheels within wheels, talking about your chakras, as well as other planetary things that he understood that would take time for us to come into as science. So I think that's enough, a little dab of do you? I gave you a lot of dab tonight.
I know where it is, instructor. I can't send it to you this week.
All right, if you find it, if anybody find it, just send it on. You know, I'm on the other end waiting. So I'm going to draw a line here so we know where we stopped. And if there are any quick questions or comments, feel free to open up your phones. Don't step over each other trying to do it, but open up your phones. And even if it's just talking about how this lesson tonight fell on your intellect and on your heart, feel free to speak, especially if we have not new, completely new, but newer people. Give them a chance to say something or give us the greetings at least, and then you can come in and we'll do that. We'll be out of here by 11 p.m. my time, inshallah. Go right ahead. I love you all. Thank you for participating for this hours on a Sunday.
Salam alaikum. Go ahead, sister.
Okay, this is Arlene Elamine from Minneapolis. But brother instructor, just listening to your comments about Farad Muhammad and the various dimensions that we are in, that was only possible for me to accept that language having participated in NuNETICS, because it's given me a new perspective on life itself. And I just Googled the fourth and fifth dimension, and I tell you,
Yes, ma'am.
cosmic man, that's where we're headed, inshallah.
That's what he told us.
Thank you, brother, man. Thank you.
That's what he told us. You should ask your local imams, when was the last time they gave a lecture on what a cosmic man is? That's what Imam Muhammad said on several occasions. Now that I do have on video.
Yeah.
He said cosmic man is above racial man and geographic man.
Yeah.
He said he's not even limited to earth.
Yeah.
And Muhammad said that in New York. I was there when he said it, and I have the video on that.
Yeah.
See, so you're absolutely correct, Arlene Elamine. I love your name. You're absolutely, I just love the way for Arlene Elamine. I think that's so boss. But you're absolutely right. Yeah.
Salam alaikum.
Alaikum salam, sir.
Muhammad Alam Ali. Just a brief statement that the Quran is the springboard to science, and it's quite obvious to me. The language takes you into the areas of how the Fitra operates and how extensive and how deep it is, and the levels that it's on. Praise be to Allah.
Yeah.
And I say that in reference to this because I've taught science in the classroom, and I can see what you're talking about. So
yes, sir, you're a professional educator. Yeah.
Instructor.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. A couple of things, couple of points that were made. One, it was resonating on my soul. What you said really verified what was resonating about for us. That, you know, because what I was thinking in the earlier comments, that Allah allowed him to do what he did because of the scheme that the Muslims had, early Muslims incorporated from the Persians, and because they really messed the Muslim world up. So I think that to unravel that, you know, what he did was a scheme to bring about, that will produce what it has. And actually, that scheme has produced NuNETIC. You know, so that was a comment. And then I wanted to take this opportunity while I'm speaking.
Yeah, before you do that, there's like a buzz or something coming from your microphone or from your computer. Can you make an adjustment on that? Because you're not usually as
okay. Let me do this. Let me turn this speaker off.
Better.
Microphone connection or something.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
A little bit. There's still the buzz, but we'll figure that out later. We can hear you. We can understand.
Okay. The other thing I wanted to say is that I wanted to express very profound appreciation to all of those who have sent in donations to the Atlanta event coming up the first weekend in October. And at the same time, I want to reach out and ask those who would like to be a part of helping to bring about and sponsor this historic event is to please all the help we would definitely appreciate. So please use the information that we sent out and donate. It would be highly, highly appreciated.
Yeah. Is Habiba on the line? Or someone who could put that information into the chat?
Mayor said, can you put this in the chat, please?
It's in there?
I said, let me put it in the chat.
Yes, please do. Yeah, thank you, Habiba. She's always right on point. So yeah, Waliuddin, yeah, we need that support, especially now. And don't think that every smile is a friend. So we're working against some forces that are not all that friendly.
Yes.
In a town where people want to continue to be king.
A horse with a new name, right?
And the beautiful thing is that NuNETICS is here to enhance the viability of all who listen to it and use it. It's not my baby. It's not my single inheritance. It is our inheritance based on the language and logic of MWD Muhammad. It's here for you to use. If you pass it by, it's to your own peril. If you use it, it will enhance anything of good that you're already doing. It's not going to take anything. And believe me when I tell you this, it's not going to take anybody away from you and say, oh, I'm with Imam Bilal, I don't listen to that. No, just use a pinch of what I'm telling you without mentioning my name. You'll get double the people you're getting right now just from your use of NuNetic logic.
Right. Iman, I don't want to belabor the point.
Let me just make sure Waliuddin, because he's official and I want to make sure he got out everything he needed to say. Does the information with the chat box, Habiba?
No, I'd like to have the information again, so this way I can post it in the chat.
So you need it from Wali? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so Wali, finish with that and go to Abdullah.
Okay, Habiba, I can text it to you. It's in the Cash App. Let me just pull it up right quick and
yeah, so while you're pulling it up, we'll let Abdullah see what he needs to say.
Yeah, you mentioned Kitab. Which one is more Fitra based, the Quran or Kitab? I think it was the Quran, huh?
They're both different layers and textures of the same message. It's just the presentation that we're talking about. The word kataba, which gives us kitab, means that which is etched into something. Like when you scratch you take your blade and you carve a heart into the tree. That permanent etching. The first language that human beings knew or discovered was called cuneiform, and it was the scratching of shapes into clay tablets. So kitab is anything that is permanently etched as information into something that if you wash it, if you try to erase it, is not going anywhere. So the original kitab is wherever this body of revelation came from in the cosmos. Some talk about they got different names for it. Even in the Qur'an, they have different names for that level, that grand Qur'an, right? But the kitab that's operating within you is your genes, your genetics, your DNA, RNA that Allah has permanently carved information into. You see the correspondence there? Allah carved intelligence into your genes as permanent information. You don't forget how to swallow unless there's something chronically wrong with you. You don't forget how to open and close your eyes. All of those things are being controlled by your intelligence. But the original thing that produced that intelligence is cosmic. It's not from here.
Instructor, excuse me 1 second. Just Habiba, I just text you the Cash App and Zelle information.
I put it in already, Wally.
Thank you so much.
Right down to modern times.
Yes.
Yeah, hold on to those things.
Yeah.
I screenshot it, so this way we should have everything squared away.
All right, let me just make sure that Abdullah was finished.
Yeah, I'm trying to yeah. I was screenshotting the chat.
Okay. All right, so let's hear from the next person. Was that Hassan Abdullah?
Yes, sir. Salam alaikum to the believers, to the family, the NuNetic family. The goodness is on the rise. from a cosmic universal perspective for the whole of humanity. And Brother Imam, Instructor Bilal, the insight and the information and the research and the connections that he made, and still the destination is the same, but the foundation he never left the foundation. And he mentioned the origin, Imam Muhammad and Farad, and that spirit that we inherit. He mentioned Imam Waradin Muhammad more in one lecture than all of these imams do. They don't even mention it. It's impossible with their teaching to resurrect our people, to help them. The best thing they can do is turn them into immigrants or foreigners. We thank Allah for you, brother.
Alhamdulillah,
we pray Allah.
I accept that.
We thank Allah for the support.
Yeah, I accept that with
We
all
thank
of,
Allah for the support.
I accept it with all of the sincerity that you're mustering up and putting into it. But I'm going to show you what the strategy should be from this point on. And I'm beginning by practicing this strategy myself. I'm going to cease and desist speaking about anybody outside of the NuNETICS experience, whether they're saying positive things. If they're saying positive things, of course, I'm going to bring it to you. Like there's a brother right now on YouTube, I'm going to send the video to you where in the title of his video is the word NuNETICS. And my wife said, oh, who is this? You know him? I said, I think I've maybe corresponded with him once as a comment on one of his YouTube videos, because he was dealing with language and he was saying some things about the origins of words. That was a couple of years ago, but he has in his title, NuNETICS. So I said, well, let me listen to what he's talking about. So about 20, 25 minutes in, I'll send it to you. He starts talking about NuNETICS. He said, it's really just like, he said another word for it is NoEtics. And I said, nah, he missed there. But everything else he had to say was on point. He started talking about NuNETICS. He said it was a product of Instructor Benjamin Bilal. And you can see him on YouTube. And he said, I started investigating what he was talking about for myself and studying the connections in the language that he was talking about. And he said, and he's got something special. So we're going to be getting that kind of quiet support. When you find people like that, then you bring it to the group's attention. As I know Bayina and all of the rest of you, Habiba, and all of you who do that kind of research, you definitely are going to do that. But if there's somebody saying something that's, you know, off center, because they got some issues or whatever they are, I don't know, because I don't know any of these people personally. So if there's somebody like that, I'm going to ask you, as I did in an email, to not even share it anymore. Make me aware of it, but don't send it out and start calling people and saying, you hear what this one said about the instructor? I don't want to do that, because I'm truly understanding the principle of whatever you give your attention to is going to expand. That's the Fitrah doing that. That's not us. So when you keep mentioning a person's name, keep mentioning a bad thing he said or she said or they said or whatever, listen, the winds will blow that funk out of the atmosphere in time. You know, yeah, well, what do we look like? Oh, we're trying to deal with all of that funk. It's not necessary. It's a waste of energy. So do not give your time and attention to it, because I don't want to have to deal with it later unnecessarily.
Right. Chasing the
people are more prone to West than they are to following guidance. They love a good controversy. But Allah calls that same whispering into somebody else's ear as controversy. He calls it backbiting, and he says it's tantamount to eating the flesh of your brother or sister. That's nasty. I don't want to keep bringing that up. If they want to chew on that dead flesh, go for it. Whatever floats your boat. But we're not point. So I hope it understands that.
Assalamu alaikum. I heard you mention my name, but I missed what you were saying about me.
Oh, I was saying that you are one of our crack researchers. I hate to even use that term, but you're one of our best researchers.
Oh. Well, I was just wanted to say something about the lecture tonight.
Yeah.
And
tell us who you are. Everybody
I just want, I'm an executive senior instructor at Ibrahim in Augusta, Georgia. I just wanted to say that it's important to ask Allah for a pure heart, so that you can get the wahi. Because if you don't have a pure heart, then your ruh is not going to be activated. And it's a vibration that connects us to Allah, and that's all I'm going to say.
And that's a mouthful.
And maybe inshallah, if I get enough time this week, I'll write something about the BioGeometry, because
I'd appreciate it.
I'm so inspired by that.
And your writings are getting, I can tell that there's inspiration just floating around your brain, because your writings are getting more and more precise.
I've grown a lot in the last 2 years, alhamdulillah. We have grown a lot in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And it's just amazing what Allah allows us. And for the people down in Atlanta who are concerned about the money is coming. Just sabr. Allah constantly tells us in the Quran to be patient, and
beautiful.
Patience is a very hard thing. So just practice patience and stay positive. You have to stay positive.
That's right.
And I'm a somewhat of a prankster, and I think that the divine masculine principle doesn't understand the feminine, divine feminine principle is somewhat of a prankster. I just want to say that. Thank
Watch
you.
out now.
Yeah. Trust me, we're very positive.
She's creeping up on trouble, right?
Trust me,
it's the good trouble. It's an agitation that makes you think. That's what I love about it.
Yeah, Instructor Bilal, you said you weren't a scholar, and earlier you said you weren't a scholar, and I said you were a learner, because a learner is someone who prompts things. Always prompting stuff to happen. It's like you were talking about needling. That's what you do. You rock the boat.
Yeah.
You enjoy rocking the boat.
That's right. But I know if you fall off,
I think I enjoy rocking the boat. I think we all enjoy rocking the boat.
I try and do it as close to land as I can, so that if you do happen to fall off, you won't drown.
Don't drown.
If you drown, it'll be from sniffing sand, because I'm not going to be way out in the waters.
In high seas.
Yeah. Anyone else, very quickly?
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam.
This is a senior instructor, Fitrah Bia, out of Atlanta, Georgia, by way of Griffin. And I wanted to point out that earlier when you were, I thought it was interesting when you were speaking on Jesus, Isa, and you was talking about measurement, and you was measurement in the M. And then I thought about, I said, if you look in the word measure, you have after the M, you have EAS, ease.
Nice.
Ease in there. And that just caught me like, oh man, that's so powerful. I had to go back and do and catch it, but
that's nice.
Is ease which sound like order, and just
that's right, which is light, right? In Hebrew, is light.
Yes.
Nur is light in Arabic.
Yeah.
Well, before you go, I want you to check your screen, because I think you have in your title part 3, but it's really part 4.
I was trying to find part 3 and couldn't find it. That's why I left it as part 3.
I mean part 4.
It's part 4?
It's part 4, but you have part 3 on your
Do me a favor, because I
screen.
look for it on YouTube. Find me part 3 and send it to me.
Okay.
Before I post this, so I can put them up correctly. I found
Okay.
1, I found 2, but I didn't find 3. And I could have sworn I did a 3, but I
Didn't
don't know
we
what
have,
happened.
didn't
Yeah.
we have one that was having difficulties as far as the audio was concerned?
Yeah. So let's see if we can find it. If we can't find it, then this will default to being number 3. If we find it, then this will be, as I put in the email, part 4.
Yeah, I don't remember 3. I don't
You don't
remember
remember
3.
it either, huh? Yeah.
No, I don't.
Wow.
Yeah.
Maybe we're having the Mandela effect.
Maybe we're having the Mercury is in retrograde effect, where all communications gets skewed. It's all right though. Who else has something to say before we close out?
What brings you to Zion?
Anyone else?
As always, brother instructor, praise be to Allah. We appreciate you, sir.
Man, it's good to see you.
Likewise.
Every time I see you, I see one of them old time soldiers, man. I just want to like.
Been at it a long time, brother. Man.
I
Praise
love
be
it.
to
I know.
Allah.
I can see it. I can feel it in your spirit. All right. Anyone else? Male, female, child?
I don't know how to get on screen.
Salim?
You on?
I was trying to get on screen. I don't know how to get on.
I see you on screen. I'm looking at you, looking at me.
Yeah.
It'll come out when the replay comes. You'll see that you can see yourself. That happens for some cameras.
Oh.
But I see you perfectly. You're on the full screen right now. What do you want to say?
Yeah, I was saying that I do see the Fitra in part 3. Is that what she was talking about?
For this same subject?
Yeah, the biogeometry.
Yeah.
Geometry and
Yeah.
Fitra part
And
3.
you see part 3?
Yeah, I wrote down part 3.
Did you see the video?
Oh, no.
That's what I'm looking for.
I didn't see what we're doing now. You call this part 3.
All right, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on that. We'll straighten it out once somebody sends me part 3, and then I'll know this is part 4. If you can't find part 3, doesn't mean we didn't do it, just means we didn't post it. So this would have to go up as part 3.
It is part 3. That's what I'm saying.
All right, but we're not going to spend, nobody in the listening audience wants to hear that for the next 10 minutes, that this is 3, this is 4, that's 5, that's 1. I'm going to cut all this out anyway, because I don't want to waste time talking about what part this is. Just enjoy the knowledge, enjoy the wisdom, and we'll figure out the numbering later.
Oh yeah, I got my book. I got the N word.
All right.
Yeah.
Very good. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Enjoy the reading. Call me with questions.
Okay.
As I know you will. All right. Anyone else? Anyone else? Alaikum salam.
Yes, this is Shafiq Abdullah. I just want to say that I am just so thankful and blessed to be a part of this webinar. And every time I attend, I'm learning more and more and more. It's like we were taught to seek knowledge from the cradle to the grave. Well, I'm closer to the grave, but I'm certainly acting like I'm just coming out of the cradle. I'm learning so much. And it's just wonderful to have been here during that first experience from 1970 and still able to be alert and take notes and learn at my age. I am very thankful.
Yes,
and I thank Allah for blessing you to bring us this knowledge and share it. That's a real blessing.
Well, I thank Allah. I thank Allah not only for the ability to put it together, but also for being an expert at presenting the information.
Allah help us to finish well.
Yes. Thank you, Michael.
I wanted to just say to Sister Shafika, we need her youthful energy on board.
That's right. She's in that time.
Yeah. Yes. So let's be in touch, Sister Shafika.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
I said we need
you
your
said something about my energy.
We need your youthful energy on board. So let's be in touch.
Well, I'm certainly happy to be able to have the energy to share. I'm willing.
I'm
willing.
speaking.
I'm here in Atlanta.
Yeah, I'm speaking about the upcoming event. So we're gonna definitely need your support and youthful energy there. So let's be in touch.
Well, you have it. I've already invited some family members and friends.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
They know how to get in touch with you?
I'm being there. I'm looking forward to it.
Shafika, they know how to get in touch with you? Do they have your contact information?
Yes. Let me give you my number. Can you write it down?
I sure can.
Go
ahead.
214
214
370
370
5612.
5612.
Don't be afraid of that. It's a Dallas number, but I'm in Atlanta.
Okay, I'm in Atlanta too, so
Okay.
I attend Masjid Abu Banoon with Imam Farrakhan.
Oh, please give that
Okay,
man
so
my greetings.
214-370-5612. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
I look forward to talking to you.
All right, alhamdulillah.
Please give Imam Farrakhan my greetings.
Yes, we
and
did.
tell him that I look forward to being there with him once again.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anyone else? I saw Karim Abdul Salam's line open.
Yes, sir, I did open up. I just want to thank you. You had mentioned when I made a statement the last time we talked about the letter X, and you gave me some insight tonight. When I researched that a little deeper, I saw that the letter actually originated first in the form of a fish. And I know that the Christians use that fish as an image. You know, when you were talking about Christ and the whole 9 yards. And I had intended to write something up on it, and I wanted to use that language you used. When you said it was a cross, and you said, yes, it's a tilted cross.
That's
and
right.
I researched that tilted cross, and a wealth of information came up.
Okay.
You know? So I'm looking deeper into it and looking forward to sharing it.
Well, I want you to add to your research that in Christianity, the tilted cross is Jesus walking the cross up to Calvary.
Yes, I saw that.
All right. The other thing is, with the cross and the fish being related, Mr. W.D. Farad gave us the last name X.
Okay.
Mr. Elijah Muhammad called those same people that he was attempting to save, he called them fish.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, we had to go out fishing.
Michael Hameen and the rest, they know. They called it fishing.
That's right.
Yeah. So there's
Couldn't
all
show up
kinds
at
of
the
connections.
temple with no
That's how I'm
fish.
convinced. That's why I'm convinced that Mr. Farad knew much more than we give him credit for. Imam Muhammad peeped it, but he didn't have the time. He didn't have the earthly time to unpack all of that. That's our job. I can show you books right now that are this thick on W.D. Farad, that if you're going to buy them, you're going to spend close to $200, which I have done on that information. And they go thorough, but they can't do and say what we do. In that big old 500-page book, he couldn't get into the real texture of Farad's purpose like I do in that 60, 70 something page book called From Cult to Cultivation.
Wow. Okay.
And that's what you're going to start doing, writing concise books on major subjects that we are masters of. And we're going to be the ones to present that to the world, because they can never possibly know about us like we knew about us. They look at the external stuff, you know, a bank robbery here, Malcolm's assassination there, and they try to use that to judge the whole history of Elijah Muhammad and the Nation of Islam. He was a pedophile, he was a womanizer, and that's all they're going to say about him, because they hate him from the beginning.
Yes.
Because he did a lot of what they couldn't do. His private life is his private business, as far as I'm concerned. If that's the case, they should turn against Muhammad Ali. If they just talking about a womanizer. And that's nothing that he didn't say. I'm not backbiting him. He used to say that. Man, I got a weakness for, that's why, you know, he was in and out of his situations.
Right.
So you can't take a person's personal stuff and start using it as a whip to whip them with, when the person who's got the whip in his hand is probably doing some much more atrocious things. Look at J. Edgar Hoover, and they found out he was a cross-dresser, and you know, so when you dig into a person's personal life, you don't know what you're going to come out with. But if they didn't present it, you really don't have a right to present it according to the Qur'an. Well, you don't know when the day is they're going to change or not do it anymore like that, or do something different, or repent for it. You know, that's not for you to determine. La ikraha fi din. If it's not disturbing the Allah says that he does not like that evil be noised in the public, except when it is interfering with social equilibrium. When it's affecting the society, then Allah says you got to speak out against that evil. Other than that, Allah said, leave it alone. He got it. Yeah. Now, when it reaches your neighbor, then you can speak about it. When your neighbor becomes affected by your crazy behavior, you can be home swinging off the chandeliers in a diaper as an adult, and that ain't none of my business. But when you open that door and somebody's grandmother comes out and your door is cracked open where she can see you swinging from your chandelier in your pajamas or in your diaper, you know, your parliament outfit, then it becomes a problem, a moral problem. You understand? You remember Muhammad said morals comes in twos. It can't be just you and your nutty self. You got to deal with Allah with that. But when it's a second person who's going to be morally affected by your behavior or misbehavior, then we got to speak on this now. We got to have a building meeting about the guy in apartment 4C. You know, he's swinging from his chandelier. He's got his blinds wide open. People across the street are complaining about him because he's got a rope tied to the ceiling fan and he's swinging across his living room in his diapers. That becomes a moral problem.
Yes,
because my grandchildren are affected now. Mom, did you see this guy swinging? Right? But other than that, it ain't none of our business.
I would like to ask one last question. Earlier you had said something about Musa and Iblis and doing research on it. What kind of research are you talking about in terms of the triune brain or esoteric or
Okay, good question. Good question. Remember, I said that Musa represents the musing mind. The musing mind is connected to your emotional brain, the mammalian brain. And I said that Iblis represents the instinctive mind. So Iblis is connected to the reptilian brain.
Right, the serpent.
That's why I'm saying compare the two and bring me back your findings.
Oh, okay.
And one more thing, Imam. I mean, I guess you're gonna maybe talk at another time. Imam Warithdi Muhammad, he mentioned the Bilalian community was a representation of the body Christ. And also he made when the supposedly placed on the Christ, that cross represented east, south, west, and north, and we were restricted in all areas. He made reference to something of that nature.
Yeah. Imam Muhammad made reference to so many layers of information. But yeah, I remember that. It was an early article back in 1975 where he compared the crucified Savior to the African-American, or at that time, the Bilalian experience. And it does have that inference and those connections for sure. Probably in the next part, the concluding part of this topic, I'll deal more, definitively with that subject. There's some things I said about the crucified Christ that I've said in previous conversations, but I didn't say it today when new people could have taken advantage of that. Just understand that Jesus and Christ, as I said earlier, are two different levels of things operating within the human soul. The human soul itself is connected to the 7 basic energies of the chakra system. The 3 on the bottom that I mentioned earlier, the root, the sacral, and the solar plexus, that's your lower soul. That's connected directly to what is called your nafs in the Qur'an. Once you get to the 4th level, which is the heart level, that's the determining factor for every human being. It's not in the upper chambers, even though they're lofty, but the deciding factor for how your life turns out is going to be what you do in that 4th level. You understand? So above that level is the level that is influenced by the ruh, the external inspiration coming from sources that you cannot put your physical hands on, because Allah is establishing the ruh based on his breath, so to speak, into the vessel. So that's operating to take you into the higher chambers. There's nothing bad that you can say about the ruh, but there's plenty of negative stuff that Allah says about the nafs. because the nefs needs to be conditioned. So that's the lower soul. Above the heart is the 5th, 6th, and 7th level of the chakric energy. And that's the higher soul that's being navigated by the ruh. The nefs operating in the bottom is the same as the 3 levels of the nefs that Allah speaks about in the Qur'an. Nefsin, what's the first one again? La amara, nefsin la amara. Then above that,
nefsin lawama,
nefsin lawama. And then above that, ma'inna, that's the 3rd. And if you can graduate out of ma'inna, you'll be in the 4th level, which is the green chakra, the heart chakra. And that's the paradise that Allah is speaking about. Enter ye into my paradise, right? Among my ibad, my initiates or my workers. That's the level that you want to get to. You don't have to worry about getting higher than that because that's already paradise. It's the conditioning of the human heart. Now, if you don't have a heart to help people, to feed people, to clothe people, to shelter people, to give people good advice, to teach children correctly, you don't have the kind of heart that says, I'm not going to let evil in my territory. If I can control my house, I'm not going to let that foolishness in my house. And if you're my child, you're going to either have to live with my rules or you're going to have to find other people who are vibrating on your frequency, child. But I'm not going to continue to support you while you're supporting crime and vulgarity and all of that stuff. You got to make a choice. These children are not yours. They belong to Allah. When they stray from that frequency, if they keep doing those bad things, guess what's going to happen? That frequency is going to vibrate negative stuff right back into your living room. And it happens all the time. Somebody's baby gets shot in a drive-by because they're looking for a 13-year-old Johnny who just robbed somebody's mother. You understand? Or who just sold somebody some bad dope.
Yeah.
So they say, well, we're just going to spray his house. Or he'll be outside with his little 3-year-old brother or something. And they don't care. They'll shoot at the pregnant woman who's next to you. They'll shoot at the 5-year-old that's next to you to get you.
Yeah.
But what's doing that? You're vibrating that like frequency into your direction. So stay righteous is the point. Be conscious of your frequency. Be conscious of your thoughts. If you keep thinking about the negative, it's a universal law. It's a part of the sunnah of Allah that negative thing gets vibrated right back into your area or arena. That's what you don't
Can I
want.
ask you something? Can I ask you something?
Sure, go right ahead.
It might be a stupid question.
There's no such thing, but go ahead.
Okay. Can you get your pineal gland activated without reaching the 4th stage?
Sure. People express super intuitive knowledge all of the time, but they think it's just like happenstance. They don't see it as something that they can control. There's a lot of things about the human being that the human being, if he paid conscious attention to it, he or she could control it, but it's going to happen anyway. But you're going to say, oh man, I was just thinking about you, man. And here you are on the phone, or here you are in front of my door. I ain't seen you in a month of Sundays, man, but I was just thinking about you earlier. There's a coincidence, but it's not a coincidence. It's the way your brain has been created by Allah. And all you have to do is do what you do with the average muscle, because that's what your mind is. It's a muscle. If the more you exercise it, the more you're going to have control of its strength and its energy and its potential. And it's the same thing with the pineal. True. But start with your emotions. Don't start in the pineal. You'll drive yourself nuts. I told you it's not the 5th, 6th, and 7th levels. The paradise is in the 4th level. So be more concerned about how you feel about yourself, how you feel about your mama, your siblings, your neighbors, you see, your businesses, and you got to be, oh man, I need to support my businesses more. So you go out and you spend your money with people who look like you, people who need that money to feed their families like you do. And Walmart don't need my money. What if I can give that money to a mom and pop store for maybe a little extra money that I'm going to spend with mom and pop, or with the dollar store?
Right, Imam.
But why am I going to give it to Mr. Walmart when he's already a billionaire, trillionaire? So that's how I think. So start with the heart and what the heart has to offer. That's where Muhammad is reportedly to have started. And he spoke about that heart and that tongue very often. The disciplining of the tongue, the purification of the heart. They have books on that subject, the purification of the heart. Sufis, everybody talks about the purification of the heart. So that's where you begin. That's your guarded deen. That's the garden in you. The guarded deen is not here. Where Imam Muhammad pointed, he said he made a mistake when he did that. He was just trying to bring us out of the black consciousness thing when he pointed to his mind and said, man means mind. After that, he said, I did this and I pointed to my heart. And before you know it, the whole Muslim world now, when they greet each other, they didn't do that before Imam Muhammad. When they looked at a Muslim, Salam alaikum, or you be across the street, putting their hand over their heart. They weren't doing that before Imam Muhammad. Not even the Muslim world was doing that. They got that. They don't know it, but they got it from Imam Muhammad. All right.
Right.
Alhamdulillah.
Can I go to bed now?
Yes, sir. Go get you some rest.
All right. So
Yes,
we'll be
sir.
talking again soon where we'll have that,
All right.
including
Alhamdulillah.
a part of this conversation, this topic. Yeah, we'll stick it in during the week somewhere, inshallah. But we're approaching Atlanta, so I might just save some of this for Atlanta. So try to make it there. It will be broadcast live across several portals, and we'll make you aware of that. The people who are in charge, like Waliuddin and Fida, they'll make you aware of how we're proceeding with the outreach. If you're outside of Atlanta, if you're in or around Atlanta, I expect you to physically be there. That's my humble expectation. If you can't make it though, and you're in some other part of Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, or whatever, or New York or California, there'll be a live feed so that you can experience it virtually. Correct, Waliuddin?
I would like
That's
to
right.
come.
Yes, sir.
Who is that said they'd like to come?
Yeah, Salim.
Yeah, we
Salim
welcome you,
Muhammad.
Salim.
Yeah, I would like to come, but I don't have no place to stay. Yeah, I mean, even if I drove down there, I would need a place to stay.
Maybe somebody can help us figure out where's a economical motel or hotel or something.
Yeah, so they'll work on that. The people in Atlanta will
Yes.
work on those places and they'll publicize it, and then you'll know from there whether or not you can
Right.
do it. Okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I understand your desire.
Yeah.
And at the same time, we have to remain practical.
Right.
We can't spend what we don't have. All right. But if you ask Allah, Allah is the grantor of all du'as. When he wants to, he'll answer your dua, and he might situate you so that you can sponsor a second person. Say, man, look at what Allah gave me. I didn't even realize I had this coming. And I can actually afford, to bring that other sister who wanted to come, or that elder who wanted to come, or that teenager who's not working who wanted to come. That's how this goes. So just be aware, ask Allah, and anticipate it. All right.
All right.
Here we go. William Safir, you still with us?
Yes.
Could you close us out in dua, please?
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين صدق الله العظيم.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Sami Allahu liman hamida.
Go ahead. Allahul Kabir.
Allahul Kabir.
All right. Talk to all of you soon, inshallah.
Yes.
Thank you for being with me. All right. So we're going to let this cook, and you should receive it first thing in the morning. Pardon me?
Thank you so much.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine. Okay. Talk to you all soon, inshallah.
Okay.
Rest.
Alaikum.
Alaikum salam. Thank you to all.